Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our Finance and Budget Committee meeting for the 2024 operating budget. It's Thursday, January the 25th at 9 a.m., and I would ask that we call this meeting to order. May I please have a mover? Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Cressman. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. We're going to jump right into closed, pending that you all agree. And the recommendation is that with Section 239(2)(h) of the Municipal Act for 2021 to consider the following: confidential information supplied in confidence from the Province of Ontario, Section 239(2)(h), information explicitly supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board by Canada, a province or territory, or a Crown agency. May I please have a mover? Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Dunstall. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. We will reconvene after closed. Good morning again. I will now call for the recommendation that we reconvene into Finance and Budget Committee starting at 9:45 a.m. May I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Dunstall. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. I will now pass it over to Councillor Martin for the territorial land acknowledgement.
We've gathered in Wilmot Township on the traditional territory of the Neutral, Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Mississauga peoples. We also want to acknowledge the importance of the Dish with One Spoon Covenant, a peace agreement made between Indigenous nations before the Europeans arrived. It characterizes our collective responsibility to each other and Mother Earth. We should take only what we need, leave enough for others, and keep the dish clean. By acknowledging this covenant and the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples, we are reminded of our important connection to this land where we live, learn, and work together as a community.
Thank you very much. We do have two items being added to the agenda, and that's items 11.1, which is CS 2024-01 Special Events and Facility Subsidies, as well as item 11.2.2, which is COR 2024-02 Long-Term Debt Status Update. And in addition of attachment A, which is the summary of outstanding debt, December 31st of 2023. So the adoption of the agenda would be with the additions. May I please have a mover? Moved by Councillor Cressman, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Act? Seeing none, I would like to note that I do have a conflict with items on 11.1 CS 2024-01, Special Events and Facility Subsidies. I am a member of the affiliated group of the ACES Swim Club, as well as I have a direct family relation. Well, my mom's the principal of Waterloo Oxford, so I'm also excusing myself for the special event subsidy for the Schmitty Fun Run by Waterloo Oxford. And I would just ask that when we get to those items that they be considered separately from the other affiliated groups as outlined in the report. All right, minutes from previous meetings. The recommendation is that the minutes from March 14th, 2023 Finance and Budget Committee meetings be adopted as presented. May I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Dunstall. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. As for delegations, do we have any today, Clerk? We currently do not have any registered delegations for today. If you are watching, just a reminder, on Saturday, we do have another committee meeting, so if you would like to delegate, you can reach out to our clerk's department, either via email or calling the township office. We do not have any correspondence, so we will jump into our reports, and the first one is 11.1. So the recommendation, and just noting that this is what I did just declare my conflict of interest on. So the recommendation is that report CS 2024-01 Special Events and Facility Subsidies be received for information, and further that staff be directed to continue facility use subsidies and in-kind staff costs for legacy facility bookings by affiliated groups and special events excluding the ACES and the Schmitty Fun Run taking place at the township facilities in 2024, and further that staff be directed to continue fully subsidizing the Mennonite Relief Sale, Mopar Fest, and New Hamburg Fall Fair as directed per the council resolution dated March 20th, 2023. To get this on the floor, may I please have a mover? Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Martin, and I will now invite our Director of Parks, Facilities and Recreation Services, Mr. Catania, to introduce the report.
Thank you, Mayor Solomon. This report provided yearly summarizes discounted use and subsidies of township facilities and in-kind staffing contributions for 2023. The township has a strong history of supporting community groups, service clubs, sports associations, and special events in their efforts to provide social, recreation, and leisure opportunities to the community. Council gave direction to staff to refer this report to Budget Committee for further discussion, investigation on municipal comparators, and level of subsidies. The township has an affiliation policy approved by council in December of 2022 for service clubs, community groups, community service organizations, and minor sporting associations providing recreation, leisure, wellness, and social services. Guidelines vary for the types of organizations with respect to access for facilities and in-kind services, and any applicable fees and charges based on the types of programs that are offered by these organizations. With this affiliation policy comes a yearly list of affiliation groups that are documented with the Community Services Department. Benefits available include an upset limit of bookings for meeting event space with in-kind services for staffing support. Furthermore, minor sport groups receive 35% off regular primetime adult rates when booking sport facilities. Municipalities across southwestern Ontario provide similar access for their service clubs, community groups, and sports associations. However, each municipality is unique on how this is processed, with many not following an approved policy. Therefore, scope of subsidies, specifically meeting or event space, range dramatically, with some organizations receiving unlimited access. These comparators are difficult to measure. In other areas where revenues are more affected, there is an ability to pay, such as ice time. Comparators are easier to track. Across the board, all municipalities provide discounts to their youth sport users. Some by percentage, others by a strict dollar amount. Discounts range anywhere from 20 to 50% off the regular primetime ice rates. Wilmot charges the highest primetime ice rates across municipal comparators, with the exceptions being Kitchener, Cambridge, and Waterloo. With the discount applied, Wilmot's cost recovery for ice is near the highest across the comparators, even beating out Kitchener-Waterloo. Staff is recommending to continue with the same levels of discounted use and in-kind staff support for 2024. If recommended changes exist with the Community Services Master Plan update, staff will bring forward any amendments for consideration. I'm happy to answer your questions Council may have.
Thank you very much, Director Catania. Questions, councillors? Councillor Wilkinson?
Through the chair, not necessarily a question, more of a comment. To Director Catania, I appreciate you coming back with those numbers. That's exactly what we were looking for, at least I was, just in terms of comparators, because quite frankly, the ice rental discount did seem like a rather large amount, and you know, by no means do I think we should take that away from the youth or the users of the ice, but I just wanted to verify, because that is a rather large amount. But appreciate the insight, and knowing that we're actually recovering quite a bit compared to our peers is good to know.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. When I look at this list, the one that I notice, all of them give back to the community in some way or another, or to youth. But I'm not quite sure why we give a discount to Mopar Fest when they are an organization that makes money and then keeps that money. So I'm not quite sure why we do that or how that came about. Does anyone in this chamber know?
Just before I turn it over to you, is there any staff that wanted to add comment to that? I know that there's been changeover since then. Okay, I'll turn it over to Councillor Wilkinson.
If I could, through the chair, one of the reasons that we looked at that was, I know as a council we decided Mennonite Relief, Mopar, and Fall Fair were events that brought, it brought business to our downtown core, and you know, it puts people parking on Peel Street. It has them using our convenience stores, checking out shops, looking at restaurants. And you know, it's very similar in nature in terms of size that you see with Fall Fair and others. So I think the intention when we were discussing it was that it just simply brings people to the downtown core. It's a small amount to subsidize in order to allow them to potentially put on a better event, because in truth they are helping our community.
I understand that, but I believe last year they charged $20 or $25 a head, and there were thousands of people. That seems to me like they were making an awful lot of money, and I know that there aren't too many sites that could accommodate the amount of people that went through. So I'm just looking at it from a perspective of we're trying to save every penny that we can, and this organization makes a lot of money, which is great for them. That's excellent. And I do get that we are getting a benefit, but again, I'm not sure that they would have a whole lot of options of other sites to use. So I would have an issue with keeping them on the list.
So I guess actually that brings us to a procedural point that I forgot to mention. The clerk and I did discuss today, that as we're going along, if people want to make motions to amend, we will just do that, and we don't need to waive notice because we're in committee, so this all still needs to be confirmed at council. So with that, Councillor Dunstall, if you wanted to make a motion to remove Mopar Fest, that if you got that seconded, we could then discuss that.
I would like to make a motion to, at minimum, take them off the list for now until I get more information or until more information is available for us to make that decision. I don't know if that's a possibility or not. Clerk?
I will turn to our clerk for wording on that.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. Given we have a recommendation on this one, I would just correct it and say maybe an amendment for this. It would be appropriate. And the amendment would be that Mopar Fest be struck from the list of fully subsidized groups. Point blank.
That's my motion, that they be stricken from that list.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Cressman?
Prior to seconding that motion, I would say we would invite them to present why they should remain on the list. And I think I approach it from a position of ignorance, which some would argue might be a whole lot of positions I approach, but we'll leave that where it is. I think I'd like to understand more, because maybe I found out last year that it was organized out of the city of Kitchener. So I would like to see them tell me their impact locally. And certainly I was in New Hamburg on the Friday when it started, and certainly saw a lot of vehicles and a lot of people who wanted to go to the fairgrounds, streaming and getting ready to go there. So I'd like to hear from them directly prior to making. So I'm not saying I'm going to amend this motion, but I would say that, well, I would second it with the caveat that we invite them to present or provide a written document.
That's more than acceptable to me, and I appreciate the suggestion. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Councillor Martin?
I was going to echo, procedurally, I didn't know if we had to second it in order to talk further about it. And so, Councillor Cressman, if you're seconding it, then that would be good. And just in terms of talking about it, I agree. I'm hesitant to take them off the list. I do see the benefits, but it's true. I didn't know it was not organized out of Wilmot Township, and if it's organized elsewhere, I think hearing from them would, asking them if they want to continue the subsidy, could they come and give us some description about it?
Very good. Any other? Oh, yes, Director Catania.
Thank you, Mayor Sullivan. I just wanted to add a couple pieces to this. March 20th, 2023 was a notice of motion that council passed for this regarding this. And I would say from a staff perspective that there is some time where we can have Mopar Fest come to the table back to council and speak to this before we get too far down the line with planning for the spring and summer.
Very good. Thank you. I'm just curious on timing, and this might be a question for Mr. Elliott, with the budget and asking them to come back, what would be a realistic time to putting off Mopar Fest that it doesn't impact the budget one way or the other? Not to put you on the spot by any means.
You certainly have. Sorry, I was focused on something else, but the intent is to try to bring this budget back to council for final approval in February the 12th. Now, there's no rhyme or reason for that date other than I believe that that's when we might be finished, but this council can take as long as they need to resolve this budget. As far as coming back with additional information, we have a placeholder meeting for February the 5th, or we could bring it back right on the 12th.
Okay. Yes, that works. Thank you. Councillor Martin?
The one point that I can add is my understanding is that our local Optimist Club does make a lot of money from Mopar Fest, so I know that's one point that we can add into the discussion. As I say, I'm still hesitant to remove it, but gathering information is useful.
Councillor Wilkinson?
Through the chair, in terms of timing and procedure to get a budget passed, I mean, given the amount, I mean, it seems sort of inconsequential. I mean, we can probably move forward and put a budget together and have it passed. If this is something that we decide to take away after passing a budget, I don't see that as necessarily a drawback. I mean, it's simply just saying $7,500 is going back into the coffers somewhere else, right? Is that fair to say?
You're speaking about, call it revoking a special treatment, and that can be done outside of budget. It doesn't have to be done within the context of the budget.
Councillor Dunstall?
Through you, Mayor, just to make sure I understand, Mr. Elliott, we can approve this now, and then once we get more information from Mopar Fest so that we don't hold it up, that we could at that point remove it. Is that correct?
Certainly, the report before you is for information only. There's no action taken from it. It's just providing you with information and insights into the subsidy program within the community services group. So, yes, absolutely, we can go ahead and approve this report. We can proceed right through the budget as well. And once you make a determination on Mopar Fest and you get that additional information, you can make a determination at that point to I call it amend the policy of subsidy.
Okay, and I understand it's not a huge amount, but I've also gone through this budget, and I know that it's pretty bare-boned. So I figure if I could get 7,000 here and 8,000 there, and it adds up to 100,000, that's 1%. So I'm going to be looking at those. Thank you.
I would maybe just suggest, because although part of the recommendation is to receive for information, we do, should this be passed, we are directing staff to continue to use the subsidies as presented in this report. I would maybe suggest for making sure that direction is given to staff to go where we want. If, Councillor, you wanted to keep by removing Mopar Fest today, but with the caveat that Councillor Cressman provided. So it's not saying that we're removing Mopar Fest from our budget, but it's allowing clarity of then passing this motion, knowing that we're looking further into Mopar Fest. And then at the time that we can get Mopar Fest here to present to us, then we can make a decision on them.
Sounds more than fair.
So in that case, does anybody else have any comments or questions on Councillor Dunstall's motion to, in today's motion, remove Mopar Fest with the information to come back and having them come back and present to council, at which time we'd make a decision on them separately? Does anyone have any questions on that? Okay, seeing none, then I will call the vote on the amendment, which would be to remove Mopar Fest for today and bring them back and decide at a later date. All those in favor? And all those opposed? And that is defeated. Yes, okay, so in that case, any other questions or comments on the subsidies as is? Okay, seeing none, I will call the vote then. So all those in favor? And that carries unanimously. I will now step down as chair to allow Councillor Sadhu to be acting chair to consider the affiliated subsidy groups for the ACEs and special event subsidies for the Schmitty runs due to my conflict.
Okay. Well, no, that's okay. So it was the ACEs and Schmitty run. Any questions on that? Any concerns from council? Can I get a seconder to pass it? Oh, Councillor, forgot to look to my left side here. Okay, and all those in favor? Passed. Thank you. It was moved by Councillor Martin, and then unanimous.
Thank you very much for stepping into chair there, Councillor Sadhu. We will now jump into the operating budget, which is kind of the meat and bones of the day. 11.2, so we're going to go to 11.2.1, and this is the user's fee and charges, and the recommendation is that report COR 2024-03 2024 fees and charges be received, and that the 2024 fees and charges as presented be approved by committee, and that staff bring forward to council the necessary bylaw for formal adoption of the 2024 fees and charges. To get this on the floor, may I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Cressman, and we will now call on our interim treasurer and chief financial officer, Dan Elliott, to introduce the report.
Thank you, Mayor Salonen. This report is the 2024 schedule of fees and charges. We normally, in some years, this is presented in November or December, well before budget. We were tangled up and we got this put together. We are here as a group of department heads. We're prepared to speak to any item you may wish. The schedules that are presented to you show the old fee and the new fee and some comments. When we publish this in the agenda bylaw for perhaps Monday night, the 2023 fees will not be there, nor will the comments. So I just provide that to you for information. We would be happy to speak to any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elliott. Questions, councillors? Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you. Through the chair, directed to Director Catania, do we anticipate that through the Recreation Master Plan that we may see some amendments to the user pay areas within our fees to potentially recognize some revenues? Like, would we anticipate potentially seeing an increase in ice rental costs, swimming costs, so on and so forth, to potentially try and recover some of our funds and refill the coffers here?
Through you, Mayor Sullivan, to Councillor Wilkinson, that is correct. When we look at our master plan update as well as service delivery review, we'll be looking at rate review, municipal comparators. Some of it's going to be done in-house, going out to our different municipalities. But I could tell you right now from community services fees and charges bylaw, there are a few items to note. Like, for instance, we didn't really want to go off the board here without consulting with our community groups, but there are a few user pay uses, such as in our aquatic programs, where we're a little bit under market. We want to make sure that we were above cost of living, and we've increased those by, as an example, by 10% to generate some more revenue. When it comes to some of our community halls as well, there's going to be a deeper dive that'll take place to make sure that we're hitting the mark for our community.
Councillor Martin.
Through you, Mayor Salonen, thank you, Director Catania. This is simply anecdotal, and I did bring it up in that consultation last week with the consultants group, but anecdotally I hear that our pool is cheaper than elsewhere. We have people coming from outside of Wilmot Township to use the pool. They say it's one of the best in the area, it's cheapest to use. So I think looking at the fees is a good thing to do. I don't know if there can be a two-tiered fee structure, if people inside Wilmot Township can have one fee and outside Wilmot Township another fee. I don't know if that's possible. But I think looking at that is good.
And Director Catania.
Through you, Mayor Sullivan, to Councillor Martin, that is another opportunity as well that we'll be looking into some potential further cost recovery specifically for non-resident users. Obviously, we believe, and I think everybody else would agree, that they should be paying more if they're going to use our services. We do want to make sure that at this point, specifically in our arenas and our aquatic center, as capacity as that they're at, what happens is we do take in our residents first, and then we would open it up to obviously non-residents. But I still think there's opportunities with very small pockets of free available permitted time that we can take a look at potential further non-resident or commercial rates as well.
I was just curious on the arena ice rentals for school board non-prime time. I see it's significantly different than any of the other ice rental times, and of course I've had residents comment that we also pay school taxes, and I was just curious on the justification. Is that kind of a general comparable? Do we see that often? Does it not get used otherwise during that time? I just wanted an understanding of why it's so drastically different.
Through you, Mayor Sullivan, yes, that has been noted by staff. That is drastically different. There was previous agreements that have been in place with the school board and the municipality. It's something that I wouldn't say they're grandfathered in, but it has to be relooked at to make sure that we're meeting somewhat of a market rate. I still believe there will be a discount, but we need to look in that further to make sure that we're aligning with our other municipal competitors and even across other regions with other school boards as well. So that is one item we've also highlighted.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions or comments, councillors? Councillor Wilkinson?
Thank you, through the chair. This will be probably my last comment, I hope. But ultimately, one other thing I'm looking at this and knowing something that's been talked about in the community is the barrier to accessing our rooms, right? In particular, the rentals or for wanting to throw parties potentially in some of these halls in the evening. My hope is that through the review, we see an adjustment that will entice people to start using our rooms more. So it'd be interesting to see potentially when that report comes down, what the historical usage and revenues have been versus potentially what we could forecast out if we adjust those fees down to potentially encourage more users and potentially recognize some revenue that way as well. But that would be the only comment I have on this, not that we're going to dive deep into that today.
Very good. Any other questions or comments on this item, councillors? Okay, seeing none, I will now call the vote. All those in favor, and that carries unanimously. On to 11.2.2, which is our long-term debt status update. The recommendation is that this report be received for information. To get it on the floor, may I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Cressman, and I will now turn it back over to Mr. Elliott to introduce the report.
Thank you, Mayor Salonen. This report was put together. One of the members of council had a constituent ask a question that they didn't have the direct answer for and asked me. And I prefer not to provide one member of council some information without providing it to all. And so I thought that the best approach was to put it on the agenda. No slight to the involved councillor, but I believe that giving me the opportunity to put it on the agenda allows for more fulsome disclosure and so on. So this report, if I look at the schedule, shows the outstanding debt as of the end of December 2023. We had 3 blocks. We've got a local improvement from way back in 2006. We then began issuing debt in 2022 and some in 23. Not all of the debt that we approved in 23 was issued in 23. There was a report back in August that deferred some of that into the spring of 2024. So in the middle of the line, you see that we currently have over $14.7 million outstanding in debt, principal balance outstanding, and then a further $5.4 million pending issue in 24 related to the 23 budget. And then our 24 budget has a proposal for another $7 million of debt, bringing the total to $27.3 million. On the right-hand side are the payments and the source of the payments that are required to support this. We're most concerned with the levy-funded portion, and currently our debt service cost is about $241,000 a year. With the additional debt in 2024, it brings it to $460,000. And when I take the entire debt load, our debt limits established by the province are based on our capacity to pay, and it's 25% of our own source revenue as the actual annual payments that we have to make as a percentage of that. And so we're allowed 25% of our own source revenue. Our target our limit for 2024 is $4.7 million as shown on the sheet. So we're at approximately 39% of our debt capacity when all is done. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions, Councillor Cressman.
So possibly I should have asked you earlier on this one. It's more of a mechanism. There's a better word, mechanistic. Anyhow, in terms of the levy portion that is funded, once it's included in the levy for a current year, does that mean in perpetuity the levy that has been, raised and the tax increase for that year, that it goes on and continues to pay that portion of long-term debt till it's retired? Or you don't have to, I know it comes due every year, but have you a placeholder in the levy rate that covers that piece of debt?
In the corporate accounts section of the budget, you'll see the long-term debt payments are there. And so we budget for what is due in the year, but ideally we should be budgeting for what we approve as well. So it's just like you're buying a house, you're going to have a mortgage, it's $2,000 a month. You start thinking, I now have a $2,000 a month payment. Of course, I'm dating myself with a $2,000 a month mortgage, but we don't go on thinking, oh, my mortgage is free. So ideally, we ought to be including the 2024 new debt carry cost that we will not incur until 2025. We should put it in this budget so that it doesn't fetter your budget for next year. However, past practice is past practice. We're trying to catch up for last year's debt payment in this year's budget. We'll do the same thing again next year, unfortunately.
Again, I apologize to Mayor, through you, Mayor. A follow-up to that is we deferred some of the long-term debt that we were going to incur last year to this year. And when you have approval for long-term debt and defer it, does your right to use it disappear over time? So we could be sitting here and saying, you know, gee, I think Bank of Canada is going to drop interest rates and I can get money cheaper in a year's time. I'm going to kick this down the road another year and see if I can get cheaper money for the things that I'm anticipating on doing as a township in 2 years' time.
Through you, Madam Chair, if I understand correctly, the question is, if we approve debt to be issued, but then choose not to issue it quite yet, what happens? The impact is that the capital project for which that funding was established would also have to be delayed. And so that's what we actually did last August, was we said we've got some debt approved to be issued, but those projects aren't quite ready to go into the ground yet, so we don't need the cash. Let's defer until next year, perhaps. Although that wasn't the reasoning. However, we may get a better rate come the spring.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, I mean, it's a great report. The concerning piece, obviously, is more so the tax levy funded debt, right? I mean, obviously, the local improvement, we're probably talking about setting at the water system and potential other, but then the development charges, we know that that's going to obviously fuel future growth, but it's looking at the tax levy funded debt. And for my own purposes, I would love to see a report that would maybe show historically why it was issued or where that money is going, because I can say that a lot of these projects that came up in 2022, well, we weren't here. And then in 2023, we inherited a budget that had already had approved projects. So it wasn't necessarily something that we had wanted to issue. And there's still time ahead of us in the next couple of meetings here to try and get that levy funded debt portion proposed for 2024 down. I just think that a nice piece of information to have would be to show what that is paying for. And that might help justify some of these needs as well.
Through you, Madam Chair, I can see if we can't have that back for you after lunch today. The caveat to that is that both in the 2024 budget and in past, you have reserves, and if you don't have enough reserves, you use debt. And in total, you've got $10 million of capital. You've only got $3 million in reserves, so you've got $7 million of debt. It's almost arbitrary as to which ones are debt assigned and which ones are not. And so I just point that out, that it's arbitrary between them. They're interchangeable. And so when we get to capital and we start having those conversations, I caution you not to look at the ones that are proposed to be debt funded, per se, as a candidate for an amendment, but anything that is reserve funded can be substituted. So obviously, at the end of the day, I will minimize the amount of debt that we issue.
Through the chair, in essence, what you're saying is, like, there are some projects that will obviously, like you said, it's just the mix of the percentage here. We're pulling from the reserves and then making up the difference with the debt. But conceivably, we could look at cutting $2.7 million worth of capital projects and then avoid having to have levy funded debt.
That's correct.
Okay, very good.
Councillor Cressman.
Yes, I find this chart very interesting and spent some time on it and determining my ignorance on it. But anyhow, the development charges that pay for a portion of the intent is that pays for it all of the long-term debt, but in lean years, it they aren't there to get the job done. So that piece there says, this is what we hope will be the development charges that we have to pay for that portion of long-term debt. But it's like me saying, I hope I have profits from grain operations to pay for my long-term debt. Some years I have to increase debt to get the job done. So really this is kind of the balancing act that a township treasurer has to make.
It's balancing. I dare say it's not a whole lot of rocket science. It's just very challenging and very frustrating to do when there's not a whole lot of cash on the books. You're right. The development charges will pay these DCs. If we collect it, the first funds that we collect go to the debt payment. And if we end up running those DC reserves into the credit because we had a debt payment, we'll do that. That's just simple, basic accounting. And so it goes back through the wash.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, I appreciate that you're going to attempt to get us this report back or just the additional information post-lunch. I'm wondering, and this is something I made a note of for the future as well, but is there a possibility we could get a brief summary of where the reserve funds, and I know we sort of reorganized them a little bit, but potentially looking at what is available to each reserve for each department and each sort of capital project to a certain extent?
I'll see what I can have for you for Saturday.
Perfect.
Okay.
Any other questions on this item, councillors? Okay. Seeing none, just a reminder, this was to be received for information, but I will now call the vote. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. I've always wondered if people voted against it. How do you unreceive information? But all right, on to 11.2.3. And this is the draft operating for utility and capital. And the report was received at regular council meeting on January 15th and referred to finance and budget for committee consideration. And at this time, our CAO, Sharon Chambers, will provide a brief introduction to the 2024 draft operating budget.
Good morning, Mayor and members of council and senior staff and members of the public. Welcome to day one of two scheduled budget and finance committee meetings where we're presenting the Township of Wilmot's 2024 draft operating and capital budgets. The next scheduled day is on Saturday, this Saturday, January 27th. And as you will see in your budget binder, we've made efforts to improve our budget processes this year. And in the past, we have had the budget presented entirely by the Director of Corporate Services, and this year we're going to change it so that you're hearing presentations directly from department heads, and they can speak to you about all of the needs within their operating and capital budgets and major initiatives for 2024. So in this draft budget, the township's portion of residential tax is proposed to increase by 10.6%. And that will add about $121 per year or $10 per month to the property tax bill of an average home. And when combined with the approved Region of Waterloo tax increase and the expected education portion rates, the combined tax increase based on an average residential home would be 7.6%, higher than in 2023, and adding $307 to the annual tax bill. That proposed 10.6% is maintaining existing service levels and continuing to contribute to our reserves as set out in the Township's asset management plan. And this new budget approach that you see this year was developed by the interim CFO, Mr. Elliott, and the corporate leadership team, and it now sort of shifts to base budgeting for annual operational requirements, and new items you will see set out today as optional items, and we'll be discussing those separately. And some of those items that we would add on an annual basis may be discretionary, so they may be things that we want to do for the community, but we're not required to. But often in a given year, we're going to see things that are not discretionary. They may be mandated by legislation or other pressures, and so we have to address those as additional items to the base budget. And we're going to discuss, as I mentioned, those budget options separately today. And any new additions or other things that council may wish us to investigate as we move forward through the budget process. I do understand, and staff does understand, that this is a larger tax increase for the community than they're accustomed to. Wilmot is facing significant pressures, just as many municipalities are across Ontario. Inflation, the high cost of construction since the pandemic, and extremely competitive job market conditions making it difficult to recruit and retain qualified staff. But there are some additional pressures on Wilmot that you're going to hear about today, and I can talk a little bit about the evolution of what I've seen in the budget since I've been here 2 years ago. So my first year, I arrived right at budget time. The budget process was well underway, and the standard process was to adopt the budget based on inflation that year, and staff would be largely responsible for crafting the budget within those inflationary targets. But as I was here, in the first full year, I started requesting to staff to look at some benchmarking, and Mr. Elliott has provided that within the budget report, and we've had a lot of discussion about that. And I think there are some really telling statistics there that paint a picture of the township's financial situation. The BMA study represents, I believe Mr. Elliott said, approximately 70% of the population in Ontario. It's not quite half of the municipalities in Ontario, and it really shows how we stack up against those comparator municipalities. To me, the most telling statistic that we saw was the reserves per capita. And, not only are we lower than all of our comparators that Mr. Elliott has presented, we were in fact the lowest in the entire study. And that's very, very telling. And we need to do better. We need to improve this situation. And really, it's a result of the township's historical approach, which has been to implement modest tax increases each year and to avoid debt. And this strategy may have served the township and its residents well in the short term, as they enjoyed lower taxes. But it really was not an effective strategy to prepare the township well for the future. And you've just heard from our interim CFO on the status of the township's debt, and as we continue to try to fund those critical infrastructure projects. We are preparing for significant growth. It's expected that Bill 23 will be passed in the first half of 2024, which will download planning responsibility to the township from the region and give us greater autonomy as to how we grow as a community. But as we grow, we need to build a fiscal strategy to address our critical infrastructure requirements to support this growth, and we also need to build organizational capacity to support this work, including the staff resources to require the tremendous amount of work that is ahead as we continue to renew our organization, to modernize our organization, and build for the future. And we thank Council for your support in approving the compensation review and investing in building a strong, talented team to support this work, because we will have significant challenges ahead to face that. And we have made significant strides in building a strong team to address this work. So in the package today and in today's presentations, you're going to hear more specific details around these challenges for the township and the external pressures. And with that, I will be pleased to turn it over to our interim treasurer, Mr. Elliott, for some words.
Thank you, Sharon. Good morning, Mayor Sallin and members of council and staff and members of the public. Before I get further down the road here, I have with me Sunil Gay, our interim manager of finance, and this morning I have Brian Kim, our accounts payable and financial analyst, with us. They're here to help me keep track of anything that comes up, anything that I happen to say and commit to. We're making notes. We've all had a chance to review our budget materials for the last 10 days or so, and on your desk this morning there was one replacement page, and the only change to that is the very bottom cell is a part-time to full-time fire prevention, public education officer proposal, and that's a replacement page. Also on your desk, a call it off-book, is a sheet showing the history of tax increases over the last 11 years from ourselves, but also from our immediate neighbors here in the Waterloo region. One municipality, as you can see, did not respond to my request. I've included on that the compounded cumulative increase over that period and the current 2023 residential tax rates for the lower tier portions only for those comparator municipalities. So that's for your information and takeaways. That was a request from one member of council, and we put that together. Personally, I think that the 11 years that is on your page is a little bit arbitrary. Some of the root issues that we're facing here may go back 20, 25, or even 30 years, where there was, in the 1990s, there was a lot of municipalities were competing to see who could go zero for the longest time. And we had 10, 12, 14-year zero periods for some municipalities. And guess what? In 2024, we're now seeing municipalities with significant double-digit increases as we're facing here today. We've seen others at 15, 16%. City of Toronto's talking 10.5%. So what comes around, or what goes around comes back sometimes, and this is a case of it. So I provide that for your information. All directors, in the context of this budget, all of our directors were given budget targets to help us stay at 3.1% in the core budget. If any business went to their department heads and said, what do you need to do your job next year and what would you like in your budget? We'd be sitting here with a 28% tax increase. And so rather than have you folks facing a 28% and try to wiggle it down to 10, we did that for you. I set targets for our department heads at 3.1%. We managed to hit that, and we're able to tuck a few things in there, and you'll see those as we go through it today. And then, as my graphic shows, there's blocks above that 3.1% that are driving our 10.6% tax increase. So our directors did what I asked them to do. It was not easy to do, and your budget option page shows a few of the things that we think you might wish to consider adding in to help the corporation achieve its objectives. You'll recall that all of the salaries and benefits have been held flat in each department's budget section. I took a provision for the compensation review adjustments and COLA adjustments, all of that. That's in the corporate accounts on a single line item. My hope is that by the time we get to the final approval, we'll redistribute that approved number through the departments. But it's all on one line today. If there is any variation year over year within the departments, it might be a little bit of increase in part-time hours that have been squeezed in within their 3.1% targets. The format for today, we'll be following through the budget materials, starting with the CAO. For those following along today from home, today's agenda materials in the budget have actually 2 page numbers on it. Gets a little confusing, so let me just set the rule for the day. We're going to use the top right-hand corner page number, which is the page numbers from the January 15th agenda when it was first presented to council. So if I could get you to use those numbers, they're the ones that were in your printed hard copies that we gave you a couple weeks ago. So hopefully you can follow that along, and we will use those page numbers if you can. As mentioned in the materials in my January 15th opening remarks, I remind all of us in the room and those at home that the year-to-date actuals were current as at the end of December 28, 29, somewhere in there. However, not reflected in there are any outstanding invoices, any accruals that have to be made. For the most part, it's not too bad. Oh.
Point of order, I don't see any page numbers on these documents.
Oh, no.
And I was looking for them earlier. I see them on my computer and 7 of, et cetera. So do you have page numbers on yours? Yeah. Where are they? In the blue. My ignorance is showing again, sorry.
Not a problem.
Councillor Wilkinson and Councillor Sadhu, I think you had already received or had hard copies. My understanding was that they would have the page numbers in them. We'll run a set for both of you now if you wish, or you can get along with it. Help us with descriptions as to which page that is.
Through the chair, I should be able to follow using the PDF version. The soft copy will be fine,
Sure.
and I can reference back the
Yeah,
hard.
I'm
It's all
sure
good.
you've got notes in your hard copies.
I do. Thank you.
Okay. So we need to bear in mind that there's year-end accruals, there's year-end invoices. We've just had a couple of items come in, $20,000, $30,000. So that has to happen. All of our year-end accounting work with respect to debt, internal charges, different things, these will continue in finance until mid-March when we start to finalize our financial statements for the auditors. So I just caution you that those are not final numbers. They're as best we could at that time. Each department head will provide a short introduction outlining some of their accomplishments in 2023, some goals and objectives for 24, some key budget changes that you'll find in the budget materials. And once that department head has concluded their opening remarks, we'll turn it back to the chair to facilitate discussion and questions on that department. When we conclude that, we'll go to the next. And so we're just going to go front to back, starting with the CIO. My team and I will be tracking any commitments we make for further information for follow-up as applicable. Any budgetary amendments that we do make today, I ask that those be done through motions, and you'll appreciate that I would like to ensure that those motions sort of make sense to me and are functional, and so we'll be sort of editing those as we go to achieve what you're looking for. On the business end of things, we have a hot lunch being prepared for us to arrive about 1 o'clock, and I'll leave it to the chair to call perhaps a mid-morning recess and our lunch recess at the appropriate times. But at this point, I'm going to turn it back to Sharon Chambers, our CIO, to speak to her Office of the CIO budget for 2024. Before Sharon starts, you'll see that some people will have, call it supporting staff, join us throughout the day. People will be coming and going. This is a little bit of a casual day. So today I know that we've got Lindsay and Donna here to support Sharon as she goes through her budget. Sharon?
Thank you, and please forgive me. My computer has a few gremlins rolling around in it today, so I will be winging it with my paper presentation, but I will begin with an overview of the 2024 draft budget for the Office of the Chief Administrative Officer. And my office incorporates the primary responsibilities of the CIO to oversee the overall administration of municipal operations and finances, providing advice and support to council, ensuring the organization meets its operational needs and accomplishes objectives, and ensures the municipality is operating in accordance with the legislated requirements. I have 4 directors who report to me. They're here with us today, and the fire chief as well reports to me. I also have 2 divisions within the Office of the CIO led by managers, the Manager of Strategic Initiatives and the Manager and Communications and the Manager of Human Resources and Health and Safety, and they're here for supplemental information today should we need it. In 2023, the Office of the CIO activities included the continued transformation and renewal of the organization, and I'll outline some of our key achievements from the past year. We recruited key positions, including the Director of Community Services, Manager of Communications and Strategic Initiatives, and Manager of Human Resources and Health and Safety. We completed a comprehensive compensation review, including re-evaluation of all positions for internal and pay equity and market analysis, and that was a significant undertaking that involved the cooperation of all of the corporate leadership team and human resources. We completed with Pesci and Associates a human resources and health and safety program audit. We completed a corporate communication and engagement strategy with Red Brick Communications, and it does note in the plan that we would be bringing for final approval of the action plan in 2024. The report is complete, and I anticipate it won't be coming forward until the first meeting in January now, just because I've been away for the last couple of weeks and haven't had a chance to put the final touches on that with the manager. We also completed the acquisition of 30 Neville Street, future Parks Operations Facility and Fire Hall, collaborated with Region of Waterloo and area municipalities to plan for the transition of planning responsibility under Bill 23, worked with the financial leadership and the corporate leadership team to revamp the township's budget processes and beginning to build a fiscal strategy, and worked with the development services team, Waterloo Economic Development Corporation and Region of Waterloo on key economic development initiatives that address investment readiness and the Housing Accelerator Initiative. And there's often a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes in that type of work. Development applications, until they are at the application stage, when they're in the pre-consultation stage, they are confidential. And so there's a lot of work going on in the background and that the public may not be aware of in terms of economic development. And we supported the mayor and council in advocacy efforts to various ministries, and including for the past few days when we've been at the Roma conference. In terms of major initiatives coming forward in 2024, we're completing the final phase of the people plan, and that would incorporate the community services department. This project has taken longer than we wished. The consultant did suffer an illness in the middle of it, and we decided to press pause while we were bringing on the new director of community services so that he could develop his vision for the department. And we do have a draft structure, and we'll be bringing a report forward to council to finalize that in the very near future. We will be working with development services again to advance the employment lands and strategic economic development opportunities, and supporting the download of planning responsibilities, which we anticipate to happen within the first of the year if Bill 23 is passed, and that's something we have been advocating for. And to advance the recommendations within the First Peoples Group report pertaining to the Prime Minister's path. In the Health and Safety and Human Resources Division, we are investigating a new human resources information system, and this will be done in conjunction with the corporate services ERP initiative. So those systems would work together, and that'll streamline many of the HR administrative duties, which require a lot of time for data entry currently. And it will simplify access to information and report writing, efficiency and professionalism in onboarding staff. So we know we really need to focus on improving our onboarding, and also provide efficiencies within our recruiting activities. We are going to complete the recruitment of the Director of Corporate Services and the Manager of Finance Deputy Treasurer. As you know, we have interim support here through the gentleman sitting at that table. We are continuing with the process through a third-party recruiting firm. We've gone through one round of interviews and are approaching doing a second round of interviews with new candidates beginning in the next couple of weeks. And we have plans to implement the recommendations from the HR audit, which the key activities within that would be to update all job descriptions coming out of the job evaluation process, update and ensure compliance on HR policies, which does require a significant review. As I said, new onboarding and orientation, ensure training is up to date with accurate records and a training matrix, and WSIB excellence program feasibility. And then also, because we've been going through a significant amount of transformation as an organization, we have included change management certification, which we would send some key individuals and then do train the trainer for the rest of the leadership team and staff on change management as we continue to evolve our organization. And then in terms of corporate communications, we will be implementing recommendations from the corporate communications strategy that we discussed, and a report will be coming forward, as I indicated, in the beginning of February to outline the key priorities there. In terms of key changes to the CAO budget, The total change over last year is minimal. It's $7,890 or less than 1%, 0.87%. The net impact to the tax base is $911,615. And in terms of the changes, that $7,890, most of that was an increase in training, approximately $5,000 due to increase in staff complement and other nominal charges that would be memberships for staff and cell phone, et cetera. So with that, I would open for questions to council.
Questions, councillors? Councillor Sadhu.
I think you might have just answered it there. I just wanted to see that almost $20,000 for contracted services, materials and supplies. What did that entail again?
So the contracted services within the HR department, over the past year, we had used Red Brick Communications, but we will no longer be doing that. We primarily use that for HR services, so that would be Pesci and Associates does our job maintenance program, so any job changes and things like that that would come throughout the year. And I may defer to my manager in terms of other contracted services.
Thank you for your question. So contracted services were up last year as well with the vacancy of the HR manager position. So a lot of the dollars spent with Pesci and Associates when they were back supporting the role that I am currently in would be a big portion of that as well.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Stu.
So I see for next year, you from 61 to 63,000. So you're not anticipating any further services that would go above your budget predictions?
That's correct.
Sorry.
Go ahead, councillor. Oh.
Just as a follow-up, I would agree with Lindsay in terms of last year was an anomaly. The CAO's department was at half staff for almost the entire year. So the administrative assistant position was vacant. We were working through an agency to provide a temp. We also had an entire vacancy of the communications function, so we had to rely heavily on Red Brick Communications for day-to-day support of the communications function. They were doing all of the tactical work in terms of social media and any sort of media releases and day-to-day communications. So we anticipate that we would not have any sort of reliance on that in the coming year, that we would be doing that with in-house resources as we seek to fill the final vacant position, which would be the digital media coordinator and website administrator, overseeing the website and all of the day-to-day tactical, although we're continuing to look at how that role may evolve to be able to find efficiencies.
Actually, on that role, I was wondering if it would be possible if you could bring back information of looking, because we've had that vacancy, I believe, for almost a year now. And I know that council's looking for more support, and myself are looking for more support in communications that are focused a bit more for us and for us having quick response and resources. So would you be able to bring back information on looking at no new FTEs, but just reallocating the resources that we currently don't have hired?
Yes, and through you, Mayor, I think there is an opportunity to evolve the role here. What we heard when we consulted council during the communications strategy engagement was that council was feeling there was not enough support for council and the mayor in terms of responding to constituent concerns, being able to have communication support when you're having inquiries from residents and media and things like that. And we do recognize that as a significant gap within the current organizational structure. And so I want to look at ways that we can perhaps shift some of the responsibilities to ensure that council has the support that they need. In turn, The Office of the CAO, when I arrived, didn't have any administrative support either. So as the Office of the CAO continues to evolve and we have a lot of responsibilities around growth and legislative change, and I think I can attest to the Mayor how busy the last year has been, we've been sharing administrative support. And really that is only providing just basic scheduling services and, day-to-day admin, but it's not really assisting either one of us around responding to constituent concerns. And I think we need to improve our customer service in that level. When we're tied up in meetings from morning till night, our responsiveness is slow. And I think by evolving these roles, we should be able to provide better support to both the Mayor, Council, and myself in terms of that day-to-day engagement with the constituents. So I'm happy to bring back a plan that would fill those gaps for each of us.
Thank you. I also wanted to highlight on the strategic plan because I believe that falls under your department. My understanding is this is a carryover project from the last budget, and if I'm correct, it was roughly $50,000 that was budgeted last year. Just looking at the budget that we do have that's facing us and all the pressures, as well as looking at organizations that I would say I appreciate their strategic plans and have key performance indicators and very directly associated action plans. I would recommend that we look at doing this internally. One, as a cost savings from outsourcing, but two, as a relationship building task within our staff working with residents. I really think, certainly when I ran, I heard there's a lot of broken down trust between residents and staff, and there's been huge changeover in staff, which I think grants us a really great opportunity to use the strategic plan to rebuild those relationships. So I guess I would be looking to my council if people would be supportive of us looking at reducing that carryover of budget for one as a cost savings. I would suggest perhaps leaving something like 10,000 there so that staff have the resources they need, obviously, to do communications and outreach. But that would reduce it by about $40,000. And then again, I think building something that, well, our staff and us are the professionals in Wilmot in that we know our community best. So I would look for support of giving direction in that capacity. I don't know if CAO Chambers, you wanted to comment on that?
I do, and I think I would need specific direction from council. What I would comment on is that we are currently at the stage of awarding the request for proposals because council authorized that in the 2023 budget. So those proposals have been finalized. We have done the scoring and we are about to award. Because it is under the threshold that would require me to bring it back to council, I actually have the authority to award this, and without direction from council to change course, I have no reason not to. I would want to ensure that we're looking at the provisions of our RFP to ensure that there are no concerns from a legal perspective around canceling the bid. What I will say is, from a resource perspective, I do have significant concern about taking on this work internally, and the Mayor and I have had discussion with that. I have, in the absence of our Manager of Strategic Initiatives and Communications position, I did participate in the last year with a regional strategic planning group that involves the strategic planning leads from each of the municipalities. And so I did ask Ms. Cal if she would reach out to them yesterday just to talk about strategic planning and in terms of resources provided, do any of them do it in-house? What are the time requirements? What are the resources? Of all the group, including the larger cities who have dedicated strategic planning staff, none of them do it entirely in-house. I would be extremely concerned about our ability to do so in a budget or in a year such as this where we have significant growth, even if we do rejig some of these positions. And so I would suggest to council that if you are directing me to do something other than what is included in the RFP, that I would have to report back in terms of what resources it would take to be able to do this in-house. And I anticipate it would be more than what we have currently, that we would have to either bring on some sort of contracted staff in addition to the positions that we're going to hire. It's something that I'd have to look at to ensure that, we're not taking on more than we can achieve in the given year in light of our other work program. That would be my concern, but I'm happy to report back if council chooses to change direction.
Councillor Cressman?
Yes, I know you and I have discussed this, Mayor, through you, sorry. I think what you're describing is the way I would like to go, but I think in lieu of all that is on our plate internally, I'm wondering if we can kick the strategic plan down the road another year, when hopefully we have some of our new staff in place, not in place, but also up to speed about our township, got over the hurdle of coming. And is our old strategic plan, I'd be really encouraged about being able to sit down as a council with our old strategic plan and come up to speed with it. And look at that as an interim measure, and then put it as a priority for 2025. So I'm afraid of loading our staff up with too much in this time period. I think there's a lot of balls up in the air on this one. I remember my first day in my office with the Minister of Agriculture and Food. Many years ago, there was a poster on the wall, when you're up to your rear in alligators, you always forget, it's hard to remember that your first objective was to drain the swamp. And I think we're potentially doing a disservice to our staff by loading this on. I like the thoughts, I like where it's coming from, I like the results that we could get, but I just think timing isn't there.
Councillor Wilkinson?
Thank you. Through the chair, I appreciate the comments and the overview of your budget. I do wish it was slightly more detailed in terms of a full listing of complement of staff and proposed positions, but so far, all I've heard in terms of options for cutting, and you're going to hear this from me a lot today, is what else is on the table? $911,000 year to date. We spent $720,000. Perhaps we can do without having to look at an increase year over year. So, what else is on the table for cuts?
As indicated, the base budget is just day-to-day operations for the CAO's department, the communications function, and also the human resources function. So I would take direction from council if you feel there's something specific that you would like to have me look into. This is basically our base operational budget. If you would require further information or suggestions where we could perhaps eliminate a program or something to that effect, I can bring something back. But again, there's nothing new beyond base budgeting here in delivering the HR services, the communication function, and the basic staffing needs of the CAO's department.
So through the chair, the additional staff member that you're budgeting for here, or potentially two, I'm looking at the number, it seems large. What are those positions exactly?
So the one position that you're seeing there, the $150,000, that would be discussed in the options later on today. But that was a position that was previously approved by the former council as a sustainability coordinator. This council opted not to move forward with that position, and I would open that for discussion when we discuss the budget options. This is to achieve the I guess, commitments from the former council in terms of sustainability and the greenhouse gas reduction goals of 50 by 30 and 80 by 50. Sorry, I always mix up those numbers. In order to really achieve those goals and begin to develop internal processes and identify how we can make those greenhouse gas reductions, it would currently be a corner of the desk activity, and we really wouldn't be able to advance that commitment. We have been in discussion with our township colleagues to see if there was the potential to share a resource. We really haven't made much progress in that regard. I know that Woolwich Council did consider adding a position themselves because they really felt in order to meet those targets, they wanted to have their own dedicated resource, and I don't believe it has also passed at this time due to other budget pressures. And so we have it there as a budget option for council, understanding that it really is a new level of service and that it was there to meet a commitment from the previous council.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair. Okay, so you've budgeted, if I'm reading this correct, based on what you're telling me, we have a document labeled deferrals or budget considerations that weren't supposed to be funded to the tune of $150,000 for a sustainability coordinator, but you've budgeted for it in your staffing costs, is that correct?
No, I think, were you looking at the spreadsheet that sort of had it off to the side? I apologize. It's not in the
No.
911,000. It is outside of that.
Okay, so I guess, let me rephrase my question then. The staffing costs, so you've budgeted for $848,000. Our year-to-date is $638,000. I understand there's still some time to go. You've mentioned here, the only other position I can think of is the addition to the communications team. Is there anything else outside of that you're planning? And then as a follow-up to that, is it possible your office can live without that addition to the communications team moving forward and potentially rejig what the level of service is out of that position?
That is something that I would like to report back to council on because it incorporates into the previous discussion that we just had regarding how can we shift responsibilities within the area of the Office of the CAO to increase the level of support to council around communication needs and also constituent concerns, which is a request that I have been receiving from the mayor. So basically rejigging functions using the existing budgeted staff complement numbers. So what you may be seeing as the reduction here is, as I mentioned, the Office of the CAO had a number of vacancies during the year, and so we relied on third-party contracted services to perform that work, where now we would be looking at bringing that in-house and performing the communications function in-house. In terms of the manager of communications and strategic initiatives, they would be supporting project work within my office and also doing day-to-day communications. And this additional position, which was a pre-existing position, it's been a position that has existed since before I arrived here, and it really specifically deals with the social media, digital media, website, day-to-day maintenance of the website, which does need significant work. So we would have to have some discussion about how we could reallocate some of those functions to ensure that we're still meeting those daily communication needs, but providing the support that we need to both the mayor, council, and myself.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you. Through the chair as a follow-up. So I appreciate what you're saying. I'd love to see a further breakout, and if we need a motion to do that, I'm happy to put one forward and hope that it would be seconded. But I guess my expectation would have been based on your comments here that if we brought more in-house, we should see the budgeted contract service number fall. So what I'm hoping for here is that we can see that number shrink and potentially also look at opportunities for us to redistribute work amongst the office, and whether that means that we divvy up duties or we see it reassigned to other team members. I mean, ideally, that's what I'd like to see. I will continue to ask for cuts today, so I'm hoping to hear that there's options on the table for us there, and hoping to see what you can potentially provide over to us as options.
Through you, Mayor. Yes, I'm happy to do some analysis on those staffing costs and the contracted services. Again, trying to understand what the anomalies were for 2023 and what our requirements are for 2024, and provide additional information for council.
Councillor Cressman.
Yes, through you, Mayor. These are more general questions in terms of, I think, page 65, now that I can decipher where it is, about human resources, health and safety. And I see performance management indicated, and just trying to figure out, I understand in the first line, the role of the CEO in giving direction, and wondering whether the new manager of human resources, and if that isn't the proper title, I apologize. Regardless, I'm wondering where the performance management happens. I would assume it's a two-tier approach, and that the manager does some of the performance management and the CEO does some others at the higher level. And is that the right interpretation?
Yes, and through you, Mayor. Our current process involves the management level staff doing the performance management of staff beneath them, and then the corporate leadership team would do performance management for their managers and sort of up the chain. We do recognize that we need to evolve our performance management process, and one of the things that we've been discussing both with our new manager and the corporate leadership team is that we need to provide training for our managers and supervisors in performance management to strengthen their abilities in that regard and ensure that we have the appropriate documentation in place. And so we'll be working in the coming year to develop a new performance management program that we will be rolling out to staff and the management team.
Any other questions right now, councillors? Councillor Wilkinson, was that a movement for a question or no? Okay. So we do need to do some motions to solidify the requests that have been made. Can I quickly ask councillors to step in as chair so I can put forward a motion?
I can do that. I will be the chair.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes.
Through you, Chair Sadhu, I would like to put forward a motion that the CAO currently put a pause on the awarding of the RFP for the strategic plan, and that you bring back the information that you were saying you would want to see in front of council for a further decision to be done, whether we decide, like Councillor Cressman said, to, I know I'm getting really out of line on wording here, I just want to clarify what I want to do. If we do decide, like Councillor Cressman's suggestion, to defer the strategic plan for another year, or if we do decide to go ahead with an RFP process or do internally. So I would put forward that motion that right now we ask the CAO not to proceed with awarding and bring back further information on the strategic plan. Councillor Cressman, is that seconded?
So it's that's my job. Sorry. Can I get a seconder? Okay, and all those in favor? Okay, that passes unanimously.
Thank you.
And just one final note through you, Mayor. Within the contract provisions, we have, I believe, 60 days to award, and we are approaching that, which would mean that it would have to be awarded, I believe, by January 29th. So we could explore possibly extending that with the top bidders. We've looked into that, and if necessary, I can report back on the status of that to council on Monday at the council meeting. May require a brief update to the agenda to allow that reporting back to occur.
Thank you very much. Yes, Councillor.
Through the chair, just slight request on the procedural side of things for the overall structure of the meeting. Is it possible we could have someone recording sort of a running tally of potential cost savings, well, I guess expenditures and revenues, like just sort of running tally, so that at the end of the day we might get a brief summary of where we're at or where we're landing on things? Is that possible? Thank you.
Sorry for those that didn't, if you're online because the mic wasn't on, that is the intent of our wonderful direct corporate services team sitting over here right now. No, okay. Any other questions?
Through the chair, the only thing I'd like to add is just the, if we need a motion in order to receive more information back regarding
Contracted services.
yeah, contracted services, as well as redistribution of staffing duties in relation to the costs and the overall positions that we have in the department.
Yes, so actually I was going to go to you next to ask for you to make that motion, or if you wanted to make that motion. So do we have a seconder then in that case? Seconded by Councillor Sadhu. Any comments or questions? Just to provide clarity, Councillor Wilkinson, because I did also ask about the same vacant position and about it being redistributed. You were asking for the same thing in line of how that would be redistributed?
Through the chair, redistributed, potentially not considered, potentially an option as well. Is there capacity potentially within the department to achieve what you desire and what I think council desires as well, using the resources we have? Options would be ideal.
Perfect. Just wanted clarity on that. Thank you. Any comments or questions? Councillor Martin.
Through you, Mayor Salonen, could you please reread the motion?
I'm going to look to the clerk on this one, but that might take a moment. This might actually be an ideal time for a rest stop in the day. So if, yes, if I could take a 10-minute recess. Do I need council support? So I will need a mover and a secondary for that. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Crespin. All those in favor. And we will return back in 10 minutes. Thank you very much, everyone. We are reconvening at 11:25. Capacity of washrooms here, you know. We don't have as many as we need. If I could please have a mover to reconvene. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Cressman. All those in favor? Great. And staff were working diligently during our little stretch break to put up the motion, which we can now see on the screen, and I will read it just in case you're viewing online. So the motion that Councillor Wilkinson put forward and was seconded by Councillor Sadhu is that staff be directed to report back to council on contracted services and options to redistribute work within the office of the CAO and potential cost savings. I just want to confirm with the CAO that that's clear direction for you. You're good with that? Perfect. Any questions or comments? Councillor Wilkinson and Sadhu, you're pleased with that wording? Very good. Then I will call the vote. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Were there any other motions on the CAO's portion or comments or questions that anyone had before we move on to the next? Councillor Sadhu.
Just for clarity, the training for the new staff complement, what does that entail again? Or if I might have missed it.
I believe that was a $5,000 allotment, so there are basic trainings that we provide to staff. Some are in-house, some are externally. Let me just see. Again, that's I'm going to defer to my manager on that because she's developed this budget. Is it the HR? Okay.
Through you, Madam Mayor, thank you, Council, for the opportunity to comment and CAO Chambers. So we do not have specific programming ready for the new individuals, so that will depend on what accreditations they might already have and what abilities they might already have, and of course that sets us up nicely for whatever is to come. But certainly there will be some ongoing training, and if they are already accredited in a certain field or have to do something annually, then that would be included. I'm not sure if this also, the funding you're talking about, includes my position. So I am accredited with the Canadian Public Relations Society. There's a certain number of activities I have to participate in every year, and to keep that alive. And yeah, so we look at what the specific needs are, trying to stay on top of trends, and looking at any new technology that we might need to adapt to.
Thank you, Ms. Kell, and through you, Mayor. So what I'm hearing is this is a general allotment, which we do tend to, and I guess it would depend on how we rejig these positions, and so I can incorporate that back into the report back to council as well.
Just a question on this, and this may be for Ms. Kelly. What does the new staff member role look like in terms of training? Or I guess not even new, like do we have continual training for our staff and opportunities? I'm thinking like leadership building and that kind of activity.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mayor. So that's one of the areas we really need to improve upon here at the township. When employees come to us, we do general onboarding training, which really meets all the legislative requirements with AODA, WMIS, the basics. But then we really want to work on looking at our employees and saying, who are our high potential employees? Who are the employees who are looking for opportunities to grow? Again, depending if somebody has a certification, there's annual dues annual dues associated with that, and typically professional development requirements that they have to maintain. So we definitely need to formalize a program in-house. We've been fortunate in the past to have moved employees through. We've just promoted a couple more into higher level positions, but we are looking for more opportunities and investing in our employees to find out how we can, when we talk about retention, a lot of the times it has to do sometimes with they're looking for more opportunity, they want mentoring opportunities. However, I can say there's nothing formal in place, but something we need to look at for sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any additional questions at this time, councillors? Okay, seeing none, CAO Chambers, did you have any wrap-up comments that you wanted for your section? It's okay if not. Okay, very good. In that case, I will turn it back over to Mr. Elliott, just so that you can go in your order, because you already went out of order from what I have, and that's perfectly fine. I just think you have it more organized on your end if you want to go ahead with the next director you'd like to call on.
Thank you. I'd like to nominate Interim Director Bunn to speak to the council services budget, which is just on consecutive page 70, 70 through 75, so 73. So, Mr. Bunn.
Thank you, and thank you, Mayor Salonen. It's my pleasure to present council with the 2024 council draft budget. In short, the role of council is to provide leadership and uphold and promote the strategic direction of the municipal corporation and promote community engagement in municipal services. As the elected representatives, council has the statutory responsibility to represent the public and to consider the well-being and interests of the municipality, develop and evaluate the policies and programs of the township, to determine which services the township provides, to ensure that the administrative policies, practices, and procedures and controllership policies are in place to implement the decisions of council, to ensure the accountability and transparency of the operations of the township, including the activities of the township senior management, and to, of course, maintain the financial integrity of the municipality. Key changes to the council budget in 2024 include a placeholder for a future increase in the councillor honorariums. This is including a provision for a market adjustment and a COLA in the amount of $15,000. Council is not being asked necessarily to increase that honorarium tonight or to consider it, or today, sorry. But however, staff are seeking a budget allocation to put as a placeholder in case council does choose to proceed throughout the year with that initiative. Throughout the past year, council has requested staff report back during the budget process on a couple of occasions on various initiatives of service level increases that would be subject to budget approval by council. These items have been included within the unfunded budget options for consideration, and I'll list those now. Community mailing and adverts to increase community communication capacity for direct contact with Wilmot residents at a total cost of approximately $15,000, or an increase of 0.14%. Media training to improve effectiveness of communications with media, but also at a total of $15,000, or again an increase of 0.14, I apologize, percent, and a discretionary fund for the CAO and council to provide flexibility to address mid-year issues, contingencies, and special issues that do arise at a total of $100,000, which would be $50,000 and $50,000 for each of those offices. Or an approximate 0.90%. The proposed budget for council totals $284,190, or a 9.69% increase from the 2023 budget. I am happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Councillor Dunstall?
Hello. Thank you. Hello. Through you, Mayor. I would like to put a motion through that the $15,000 be removed. I don't believe at this point that it's justified to give council a $15,000 increase across the board, so that would be my recommendation.
Seconded by Councillor Cressman. I did just want to clarify that the $15,000 across the board is not each of us getting a $15,000 increase, just in case you're following along, and I know you know that, Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you.
It would have been $15 for the whole of council to reach COLA, but Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you. Through the chair, if I may suggest an alternative here, I by no means, and I'm in agreement, I don't think it would be appropriate, given the current economic circumstances, that we would see an increase in our honorariums, but potentially that is $15,000 we could use to look at better communications and mailings out to constituents across the township. I mean, that is $15,000. It would be one for one. The reason I'm suggesting is that perhaps constituents would be better served receiving information on what we're doing, what we're spending time on, and potentially educating further on some of the things that often come up in a two-tier municipality. So food for thought. I mean, that'd be something that I would be potentially in favor of doing, but certainly don't want to see myself taking home any more money than what we're already receiving for this role.
If I could just suggest, because those are two separate issues. If we could go first with Councillor Dunstall's motion, and then, yes, if you'd like to bring that forward, but Director Bunn also has comment.
Through you, Mayor, I appreciate where you're going, Councillor, and I just want to check with our CFO if the preferred option is to go through with council the discretionary budget items when we hit that part of the agenda, or would you prefer to deal with that now?
Through you, Madam Chair, I would suggest that we can bounce back and forth. We're a little flexible, it's relaxed, so we've already started that conversation. Do we want to do that? So we could turn to those couple of things, not necessarily all of them, but that one specific. If we want to substitute that one in, then we can put that one to bed.
Very good. So we will continue on with Councillor Dunstall's motion as presented. And are there any other comments or questions of council on that at this time? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Councillor Wilkinson, if you did want to bring that forward as a motion, before you do though, I would actually ask the $50,000 discretionary that you were talking about for council and then $50,000 for CAO. Is that what those funds are intended for? Is if council wants to send out communications, or could we have more clarity? Also, does that include like us going to conferences? Where does that work?
Absolutely. I'll just start with the easier answer, and I'll defer to the CAO to maybe provide more detail. But the $15,000 would be a standalone $15,000 for communications, and that stemmed, if council recalls, there was a conversation a few months back about a mailer that would go directly out. It doesn't have to look like that, but that's the intent of why the $15,000 is here. The $50,000, 100 in total would be in addition to. And I'll pass the CAO to maybe explain what those funds would be used for.
Yes, and through you, Mayor. One thing that I noticed, and our interim CFO and I have discussed, is that we would typically see discretionary funds for both the mayor and the CAO to address mid-year issues. We are a very large organization and we have a lot of responsibilities, and we have historically budgeted so tightly that there is very little discretionary funds to address anything that comes up mid-year, which is very challenging at times when we have unexpected things. In addition to that, I think we would look at things like the event that we did for Truth and Reconciliation Day, or any other of those types of events that you may decide that you want to do some programming around, that you would have some funds to be able to do that. And historically, we have not included those in the budget.
Councillor Martin.
Through you, Mayor Salonen, I'm just curious where that 100,000, the 50 and 50 is written. What page would that be on?
148.
Thank you.
If I may, Madam Chair, the 50 and 50, those are just numbers that literally I pulled out of the air. I have seen those numbers as high as $300,000 in the CAO's budget. I've seen it $100,000 in council. I've seen it $15,000 in council. These discretionary funds are for things that come up during the year. You have somebody come to the podium, I mentioned this once before, Sarah just won the figure skating championship here in Waterloo Region, is now heading to the Nationals in Calgary and is looking for some assistance with her flight. Do you have $1,000 to give to her? You would use those discretionary funds if you chose. We have a sudden appeal to the OMB on legal, or the land tribunal, and it's going to cost us another $200,000 in legal fees to defend a claim. Where does that come from? It's not budgeted for that. So these are discretionary funds that give you flexibility mid-year for things that you can't anticipate. There, Madam Mayor, you mentioned conferences. There is a provision in this budget already for councillor conferences, and so that's already covered. This would be those things that come up mid-year, and you sort of, by resolution, you say, let's spend $15,000 on this, let's spend $10,000 on this. So pick a number. I picked 50 and 50. The current conversation sounds like it's around the council's discretionary funds. We can come back to the CAO one later, but I hope that helps your conversation.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, And first off, thank you, Dana. That's a great explanation of where the discretionary may be used. But perhaps more insight would be useful regarding the operating expenses, the municipal grants program. So could you expand on those just to sort of provide a little more insight into what we've been spending that money on or how it's been allocated?
Through you, Madam Chair, there's a provision for meals, $1,000. There's $18,000 for conferences, $70,000 for the grant program. That's separate. Special events is in there, and your memberships for AMO and FCM and different things. And then I've got $150 for your office supplies and $2,800 to cover your cell phones and technology. So there's not a whole lot there, but that's what's there.
Any additional questions or motions at this time, councillors? Okay, seeing none. Right. So our clerk just wants to clarify nothing on the mailings at this point, which we can deal with later because they are later in the budget. Or would you like to do something on the mailing at this point, Councillor Wilkinson? I'm mainly looking to because it was your intent. But like I said, it will be coming up later in the budget anyways. It's up to you.
Through the chair, it's something I'd maybe like to think on and allow my colleagues here to think on as well. But I think the important thing is we're walking away saying at this point we have deferred and cut potential for raises or increase in honorariums. I think I'm in agreement, just thinking it aloud here, that we revisit the list of deferred items or items for consideration later on once we get through sort of every department at this point.
Very good. Councillor Cressman.
Yes, I think this shines the light on the importance of communications from the township that are consistent, that if there is going to be mailings, that they have the same messages on them from all councillors. And I'd hate to have this viewed as, because, especially the closer you get to election or re-election, you could have something diverge. And I think it's important that our constituents hear the same message. And that's where I think having it under the umbrella of the township gives that uniformity and consistent message. So I'd speak in support of it being a communication function of the township.
Very good. Any other questions, comments, or motions for the council budget at this time? Okay, seeing none, I will turn it back over to Director Elliott to call on the next group he'd like to hear from.
I'm sorry. I was wrong. Anyway, good thing it was off. Up next is going to be Fire Services. Chief Leeson is going to speak to that, and I'll turn it to him now for an introduction of his budget section.
Through the mayor to council, it's always exciting to speak to directly to council about fire services and how proud we are of what we have in our community. We are an all-hazard department. We do public education, fire prevention, enforcement, and emergency services throughout the community. The interesting part about fire services is that our establishing and regulating bylaw, which is approved by council, provides the sphere of service delivery to the community, and therefore our budget is strictly adheres to that establishing and regulating bylaw, which is a unique feature. We also deliver emergency management services to the community, and that is public education as well, and we sphere that around our hazard identification and risk assessment, which is we use lots of acronyms, which is the HIRA. And we have to meet annual provincial regulations, so the drills are done each year, submitted to the province to make sure that we're meeting our public education drill requirements, and we're waiting for our return on the 2023 year, which we'll see hopefully in the next month or so. Our key achievements last year, I should say, were the delivery and provisioning of 2 heavy rescues located at Station 1 and 3. That's a huge project for us and a big step for the township to be prepared for growth and the fact that we have a 4-lane highway bisecting our community. There's also other things built into that which will require the training, the technical rescue training that's coming down the road will also require additional equipment. And that truck will be large enough then to handle and house the additional equipment that will be requested down the road. That's not an immediate ask. The delivery of our department training program with the provisions from the province requiring all fire departments to be certified, including volunteer fire services. That's become a huge project for us to meet requirements by July 2026 for our basic services, and then any technical rescues by 2028. We also partnered up with our 3 other townships to deliver joint training through our recruit programs and a variety of other training programs, such as a company officer training requirements for 1041, which is allows you to deliver training and certify firefighters in training. 1072 hazmats and other ops is another program that we deliver in-house, pump ops. So that's exciting for us because it's controlling costs. We don't have to pay tuition costs to RTCs, things of that nature. We're doing it in-house. We have our own curriculum approved by ASME and the province. So that's exciting stuff for us to partner up and deliver across the 4 townships. We've completed our design specs on the tanker for Station 1. You'll notice that there's pending council approvals beside all of these items because council has not approved these items yet. Successful launch of our annual Fire Safety and Emergency Management Public Open House, which we hosted at the New Hamburg Community Center. That was a great turnout. We'll grow that program. We've already got, for example, the Optimus Club wants to partner up with us and assist with that next year, or this year, I should say. So that's exciting, and we have some other discussions going on with some other community groups as well. And then, of course, we had our successful completion of hiring, training, and certifying 13 new recruits in 2023. I'm proud to say that all 13 passed all provincial requirements and are completely certified at the end of 2023. So this year we've moved into our 2024 season, and we have 10 new recruits this year that will go through that same process. Our goals this year, we wanted to complete our proposed new fire station, again, pending council approval, move at fire administration to Neville Street, which will be another project, pending council approval, and we'll work with Director Katana through that process as well. Complete the design and replacement of a new aerial and a new rescue for Stations 3 and 2. Complete the interior renovation project at Station 2, which is also pending council approval. And then some really neat projects we want to work on. We're going to work with GIS, IT, and external partners to design and prepare to launch a community risk dashboard. Council will like to hear this because if we are successful, not if, when we're successful in doing this, it will eliminate the cost of doing a 378-18 community risk assessment through a third party every 5 years, which will save $30,000 to $40,000. I'm sure that'll escalate as time goes on. But our community risk dashboard will then meet that requirement daily. So we would not need to do that anymore. So that's kind of a neat project, and there'll be lots of community engagement then, an interactive dashboard for the community. Research and collaborate with the region fire services to obtain a new, more robust records management system. We're meeting on February 14th to begin that discussion with a software vendor. That also ties into our community risk dashboard as well. Further improve our annual fire safety and management public open house, which I mentioned earlier. Continue to collaborate and grow our township training program by building our instructor base and continue to build curriculum as well. And of course, our internal training program is a huge project, takes a ton of hours. We'll continue to grow that this year as well. Sorry, got to jump to another page here. So our key changes this year in the budget, again, I want to stress that they meet our ENR bylaws, so we're not really, it's difficult for fire to say that it's an additional level of service because it really isn't. We're just cycles, meeting cycles. A lot of things we'll do every 3 years, for example, so you may not see it next year, you'll see it 2 years later. So this year, we're continuing to adjust our recreational burn permit objectives. We feel that reducing the budget by $2,000 should meet, hopefully we'll meet our requirements this year. We know that there is a ton of legacy permits out there that people are not obtaining new burn permits annually, such as the bylaw suggests. They still feel that they don't have to because their permit was issued in perpetuity. We are going to ramp up our marketing this year with that process to make sure people understand that the old bylaw is gone and this is the new bylaw and they are required to get an annual permit. We have noticed a reduction in false calls to these, which is good. That's what we wanted to achieve and increase the level of safety to the community. So we will continue to target that. Clothing and PPE is strictly the cost that you see there, the increase in cost you see there is strictly tied to industry increases. We're just continuing to face pressures from the industry across the board. What I am going to say, I'm proud to say, is that the 4 townships got together and met up with some vendors, went through proper procurement, and we developed our own bunker gear standard so that we did sort of freeze some costs there. We won't see that escalation in cost that we would have saw through some of the other vendors. So we were able to achieve safety requirements, but also get costs in line. So we're sort of reducing that overall stress on the budget. We buy 10 sets every year. We don't buy, we're not asking council to buy 50 sets every year. We try to keep it at 10, and we keep rotating our expiry dates because they expire every 10 years. So we have a mandatory requirement to replace that expensive gear, and that includes boots, gloves, helmets, and across the board. So all of those costs that you see there are basically reflected on additional costs the industry keeps placing on us. Training and development, that is purely to try and meet our NFPA requirements. By 2026, we have to stage it every year so we can have a number of firefighters, company officers certified. Pager and radio systems, that's a regional increase in cost too for the voice radio system or the P25 radio system. Equipment repairs and maintenance, we're subjected to additional costs for just servicing pumps and the different motors, different pieces of equipment. Our Hearst hydraulic tools, for example, it's about $3,500 to have those serviced, just to have them properly greased and maintained and make sure that they're ready for service. Fire prevention and public education. During COVID, we reduced our budget from $5,000 to $3,000. We've brought it back up to the $5,000 mark because we have a number of initiatives that we need to continue to move forward with the community. And then small capital one-time purchases. I would have to look at the budget to tell you exactly what that encompasses, but it'll be and probably worth mentioning what it is. 3225. Just bear with me here while I get to it. Where are you? There you are. Did we list that? We didn't list that. Do you have that?
Thermal cans, tires for one of the trucks, gear bags,
Sorry. Through you, Madam Chair, the provision for minor capital includes a couple of sets of tires, thermal cams, gear bags, which are for the volunteers to put their contaminated gear back in a bag before they travel, put it in their car where their kids are or will be. Cordless kits, a Stokes basket, and your rescue kits.
Thank you for that. And then the other ask will be later today when we get to the additional items will be the move from a part-time public educator / fire prevention officer to full-time. And I'm available to answer any questions if council has any further questions.
Thank you very much. Before I let council jump to questions, I do just want to take this opportunity to say I was very excited to read over your budget in terms of us being a volunteer fire service, and I know at other levels of government there have been conversations over the last week about fire services in the region, and seeing how efficient and effective your teams are and being able to be volunteer services for about 20 cents a day for a Wilmot resident, we get the wonderful services that you guys provide. And I know looking at the budget numbers here, that's nowhere like the cost of a professional service would be. So I did want to take the moment to mention that because I know that that has been out in the sphere of other levels of conversation, especially in regional review conversations. So thank you for finding efficiencies and working with our neighboring communities and ensuring that you guys are providing great services to the residents of Wilmot. I will turn it over to questions now. Councillor Cressman.
Yes, I would concur with the mayor's observations. So through you, Mayor, I have a few questions. When we're looking at approving purchases of significant items, heavy rescue, tankers, etc., where do we, and this might be Dan or your, where does the funding come for that? And is that long-term debt? Is there grants available, etc.? That would be my question.
Through you, Madam Chair, I believe I have a sense for that question. It's the funding of the capital, and we'll see that when we get to the capital on Saturday, but again, depends on the nature of the acquisition. If it's growth related, there may be some DC funding available. If it's not DC fundable, then it's on the levy unless there are, specific grants that come along, and usually those don't pop up until mid-year. We've got gas tax, and we've got the provincial grant for infrastructure assistance as well, but we'll see that on Saturday.
Yeah, I guess that's where you determine that's capital, even though it's vehicles. I know usually in my business, you allocate, fixed assets in different ways. And
yep.
So I'm just wanting to get, thank you.
If I may make a comment to that, too, as we continue to progress through the challenges from post-COVID and the significant increases too, I think one of the things we did too with our last asset management exercise is fire services stepped up too, and we looked at where can we gather some, development charges. We needed to really look at that exercise because we were severely underfunded at that time, and we didn't look at the growth portion of the township as respect to the fire services. And we did a great deal of improvement at that point, but of course we have to wait for the growth to happen before we're going to see the results of that exercise. But I want council to be reassured that fire was at the table. We had those discussions, and we wanted to make sure that we were at the development table to make sure that gap was closed significantly so that we were experiencing the growth-related charges as well.
Councillor Cressman.
Through you, Mayor, maybe a follow-up question. Just thinking through the timing of, if we're facing significant growth, when do you look at fire services, increasing capacity, et cetera? So what's the timing of that? You obviously have to run ahead because after the fact is not acceptable. So I'm just, what's the lessons learned from other municipalities?
Mr. Elliott.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When we get to the development charges study, this is when we get a very comprehensive view of forward-looking. We engage our planning department, and obviously engineering needs to come to the table, but fire services certainly has to come to the table to look forward. How much growth are we going to have? Where is it? Do we need a new hall? Do we need equipment? The challenging factor for fire is the lead time on acquiring a new piece of apparatus can be upwards of 3 years. And so there's design, there's specification, design, tendering, and then you get put in the queue and you wait and you wait and you wait. So that's part of the planning process as well. But we'll be undergoing a complete development charges study this summer and concluding that. So that will maximize our DC charges forward. It will ensure that all of our anticipated growth needs assets are included and funded as optimally as we can from DCs.
Councillor Martin.
Through you, Mayor Salonen, thank you, Chief Leeson, for your report. When my wife and I have some discussions sometimes and I ask a question, I'll maybe clarify. I'm not being critical in my question, I'm just being curious. And so it's 2 C's, curious, critical. And really that's how I mean it, is being curious. Because I think it's useful to have discussions in the public about this. When a call is made, and living downtown, I see many trucks go by many times. My understanding is that many of your calls are vehicle accident related. So I'm just kind of curious, how do you decide, or if it's an accident and you don't need all of the trucks out there, do you then reverse? Do some people go home? Does everybody get paid equally, or it depends on how long they're on the job? I'm just kind of curious how, because it's tough. I mean, how do you manage that? And if I'm ever in a car accident, I certainly would want, as many people there to help me get out of whatever problem I'm in. I'm not trying to be critical about it. I'm just being curious how some of those decisions are made and the numbers that are needed.
Through the chair, on Highway 7 and 8, for example, we will send 2 stations to respond with pumpers, rescues, and tankers. The tankers are used as blockers because we have a safety hazard with, fast-moving traffic. We may have to close a lane of traffic down. There's a variety. We may have to close the entire highway down if it was something, significant. As far as staffing and how we do that, we get to the incident, we determine what our needs are. If we can remove somebody from the highway, or if we can send a truck off the road and get them back into quarters, that's our first priority. All firefighters that respond to the station to report of a call are paid for the first hour. If they're there for half an hour and they don't leave the station, they'll sweep floors, wash the floors, do some task while they're there, and then they can be released and go back to their employment. If they're there more than an hour, then they're paid on 15-minute increments. That's how the system works, and that's how it's calculated. Time is time. If they're there for 4 hours, there's a legitimate reason why. But if we can release them to get them back to their full-time jobs, we will do so as well. It's not uncommon if we have a fire in the middle of the night that we have to take some of them back to the station so they can go to work. So we release them accordingly. I hope that answers your question.
No, it does. Thank you, and I appreciate that. And it makes sense that you have minimums as well, because if people are leaving whatever they're doing, you want to make sure that it's worth their while and that they're not feeling like they're taken advantage of. Yeah, no, that all makes sense. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, just one more quick comment. I think it's important that council understands that if we have for example, a structure fire, and we have hose deployed, we have firefighters exposed to toxins of smoke, et cetera, when we get back to the station, the cleanup time to disinfect and decontaminate everything is significant. It can take 3, 4, 5 hours to get fire apparatus and equipment back into service, and then we have to wash all our turnout gear, we have to wash everything, it has to dry. Everything, we can wash 3 sets of turnouts in a machine at a time, and that's inners and outers. They have to be separated. So you can well imagine the amount of time it takes to get all of that equipment back. And for gear, it's days by the time we get everything back in service and back in order. So, it does take a tremendous amount of time and firefighters.
Just along that line of curiosity, could you elaborate for the community? Because I know that you were speaking to me about efficiencies that you no longer have to go to medical emergencies if not required, that you aren't pulling out volunteers. If you could just speak to that in terms of calls as well, because I think that might be of interest for the public.
Through the chair, in 2021, we went through an exercise with paramedics to find out where, and we also have medical oversight from London Hospital, so we have a medical doctor who looks through the lens of a fire service responding to paramedic calls. Not to get it would take too long to discuss the entire project, but at the end of the day, we took our call volume at 40 to 45% and reduced it down to 30% or less, which is well below a typical fire department's reporting. Some are, and you can't compare us to everyone else either, because one fire department's needs are different than our needs in the community. If you get more remote, your paramedics may not be able to respond as quickly just because of the geography. So fire services may have to fill that role. So more in Northern Ontario. So their statistics may be higher than ours in that respect. We're lucky we have a paramedic service that's local. We have Nafziger Road, there's a paramedic station. They work closely with us. And so we could reduce things like shortness of breath calls, where we typically weren't needed at those type of calls. Those are more of a code 3 call. That reduced a lot in its own right, because it's complicated, because if you call in and you say I have shortness of breath, it could mean a variety of things. But under the way they tier the calls, they would have tiered that as a code 4 call, because if you stop breathing, that's not a good thing. But that's not always the case. So they've been able to narrow that down. So we're going to calls where the fire service can provide some true care to the constituents and not waste everyone's time. And of course, then it's resources and money, and firefighters getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning, that's unnecessary.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sidhu.
Thank you, Rod, for your presentation. I'm just looking at the hires versus resignations. In 2022, you hired 9 and 15 resigned. Can you speak to that, or what was kind of going on there?
We had through the chair, we had a significant number of people leave that year. And that was common in the fire service after COVID. People maybe reassessed their needs in life, their personal lives. They determined that the fire service was no longer for them. I'm sure you've seen some of the W5 had a program out about volunteer fire services. There's a tremendous strain across Canada, across North America. Retaining volunteer firefighters is becoming more and more difficult. It's going to become more important for townships, this council, and the fire chief to bring recommendations forward on looking at methods of retaining firefighters. We can hire them, we can train them. There's it's about $12,000 to train a firefighter over the course of the year. By the time you equip them and train them and put them into a position where they can respond. We need to find ways of keeping those firefighters longer. We haven't quite found that magic sweet spot yet. It's a very difficult conversation, and it's why people leave is difficult with Councillor Sidhu. It's a difficult conversation. They have a variety of reasons. The good news is they don't leave because of us. They typically leave because there's something has changed in their personal life. I'll give you a prime example. A single male or female firefighter joins the department, and 3 years later, they get married, and they start to grow their family. And now they have the obligations of children at home, and they get a little older, and then, hockey starts, or soccer, or whatever the case may be, and all of a sudden, the pressures of their lives become too much for them, and they determine that something has to give, and it ends up being the fire department. So that's just an example of what may happen over the course of a firefighter's career as a volunteer. Some are able to stay, some are not.
Councillor Sadhu.
Just a follow-up. So when we have our volunteer firefighters, I know that we pay for their training, and it is extensive training. Are we finding that a lot of them are taking the training here, getting their foot in the door, and then moving on to full-time positions in surrounding municipalities? And if so, is there something that we can do where, because we are footing the bill up front for training, that we can kind of recoup those costs if they are just using us as a stepping stone?
Through the chair, that's an excellent question, and I think I can give you a really great, satisfactory answer. Yes, we do lose some firefighters to the career world. Thankfully, some stay and do both jobs. I met with Hicks Morley, which is a huge employment legal firm, and we met a couple of years ago and went through a process by now we have a contract that our volunteer firefighters sign. They commit financially to a 3-year contract. And each year, the benchmark this year was a little over $11,000. And each year, 25% of that is reduced. Each year, they stay to zero by 3 years. So they have to commit to 3 years minimum. Otherwise, there is a financial reimbursement that they're required to give us.
Any additional questions, councillors? Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, again, just kudos to our fire department and the management team here. You've managed to really keep the budget to what appears to be minimal increases, so we do appreciate that on the operating side. I did have a question. First and foremost, you'd made mention of potentially paying one rate and potentially eliminating work parties. I was curious to learn a little bit more about that and what that would entail and what that is. And then in addition to that, again, the same question I'm going to ask everybody is, are there any opportunities for potential savings here? Are there any programs that are, and again, I don't want to cut from fire or ever even make the consideration, because I think this is one of the primary services we offer for the safety of this township, but are there any items here potentially that are considered luxury or excessive that potentially we could look at putting off for a little while?
I'll speak to your first, through the chair, I'll speak to your first question. The work party rate, I can't even, it's been around in the township long enough that nobody really knows the history of it.
What exactly is a work party, just out of curiosity?
So work party rates, I can only assume, were established to do things like clean the fire station, wash a truck, something of that nature. And so part of the retention process and exercise that we've gone through is we talk to the firefighters, and one of their complaints is, why am I devalued when I go into the fire station to do one job or the next? If I'm a career firefighter and I'm on the floor for 24 hours, I'm paid the same rate. Why am I being devalued? And so we felt that this was a low-hanging fruit and a small incremental cost to absorb, that we would take this to council this year to say, let's eliminate work party, and they would just be paid their firefighter rate regardless of what duties they were performing at the fire station.
Through the chair, so what you're suggesting is that a past practice or one that's in place now that we're looking to change is that basic maintenance needs to be performed. You would call everybody in for a work party to basically get paid a lesser rate to perform maintenance or regular functions of the day-to-day tasks that are required. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the idea is that you're bringing that forward and to say, okay, while you're here, you'll get compensated appropriately as if it was any regular day.
That's correct.
Okay, very good. Thanks, I appreciate that.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I just want to double check something, Chief. A full-time firefighter, I know that there's a 2-year course that typically a full-time firefighter has to take. Is that correct? And a part-time firefighter does not. A volunteer firefighter does not. We supply some training. But if you're a full-time firefighter, there is a 2-year accreditation course that you have to take. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, the course that you're speaking to would be a pre-service course at one of the colleges that offer it throughout the province. The course that we offer is the same course with the same requirements. So if I wanted to be a firefighter in the province of Ontario, I would choose to go to one of the pre-service colleges, get my certification through that college. Then I'd go to a place like OAFAI and get all my fitness credentials in place and so on. I'd get my DZ driver's license, and then I'd go apply at City of Kitchener or City of Waterloo to become a career firefighter. In the township, in the volunteer services, things are a little bit reversed in some ways because we're asking people to come and work for us as a volunteer firefighter on a paid-on-call version. So we train them. We offer incentives to get their DZ license because they need it, because we've asked them to come work for us. And so we're paying for some of those costs. So the firefighter that is in Wilmot Township, once they achieve their NFPA certification, is just as qualified and trained as the pre-service firefighter that goes to apply for the job. Hence the reason why career fire departments like to hire volunteer firefighters, because they come with the credentials and the education piece, and they have some on-the-job experience.
Thank you. Any other questions at this time, councillors, for fire services? Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you. Through the chair, just again, as my second part of my question there, are there any potential cost savings that you've identified that we could look at here?
Through the chair, short answer is no. I would like to ask for a lot more. But with all due respect to the community and to the budget process this year, I made a commitment to, meet the reobligations of and requests of council, and 3.1 was the number, and that's what even with the part-time ask, that's what I'm slightly over 3.1, but that's where I achieved. We have a number of things that we delay. I'll come back to council next year and ask for other things. For example, I'll give a good example on capital, and we'll get into capital, not today, but one of the projects that you'll see in the capital is that I'm phasing it in over 2 years. So I'm trying to soften the blow through those to the township taxpayers. And we'll continue to do that where we can. Some things we just cannot. Some things are on a 5-year cycle. You'll see that on Saturday as well.
Councillor Sadhu.
Just want to ask about the burn permits. I see in 2023 we're budgeted for 16,000. We're coming in under budget. And in 2024, we're budgeting less than we have for this year. What kind of costs are associated for the admin costs on our end to issue these permits? I'm just curious to see of how much it costs us to issue them versus how much our revenue they are actually bringing in.
Through the chair, I don't have the exact number off the top of my head, but it's less than $2 to administrate a permit. Hard costs. There are staff costs that are the soft costs that we sort of don't reveal, but are difficult to work that out. It's all gone online through a program called burnpermits.com. By going online, we reduce the cost. There's a little bit of cost through PayPal, and there's a cost to us to purchase points on the burnpermits.com. So each time you access their program, you use a point. So we buy enough points each year, and it works out to a little under $2 per permit issued.
I don't have the data in front of me, but what year was the burn permits started? Was that relatively not too long ago, or
2021.
2021? And since 2021, have we been seeing an increase in burn permit revenue, or has it been decreasing, or is it kind of status quo?
Very modest increase. Hence my earlier comment about we're having some difficulty with some of the permit holders that were in perpetuity, that they feel that perpetuity is their right to continue to use that permit, which they're fortunately not, because we wanted to increase the level of safety and reduce our false alarm calls or our burn complaint nuisance calls, and which I think we're achieving, or I know we're achieving based on our call volumes. But we have more work to do, and we have more work to working with the community to get compliance. We also we have not been very heavy-handed with our enforcement side. We will start to ramp that up a little bit more now that it's, year 3. We like to do things very soft with the community and educate and work with the community. But at some point, too, then we have to start to enforce a little bit more, and that'll hopefully get the message out.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Yes, thank you through the chair. The discussion or the topic of burn permits issued in perpetuity, I have heard of this from a few folks. I'm wondering, and obviously not expecting this today or at any time in the immediate future, but potentially within Q1, and I don't know if we need to discuss a motion here, but this would be business arising from this committee, is that and if this needs to occur at regular council, please do let me know. But I think it'd actually be an interesting conversation and information to receive related to what was the promise at the time? What did we offer to someone saying, you pay this, you get a burn permit in perpetuity, which to me would indicate why would we ever take that back or try and then charge them more? So I'd be interested to maybe learn more about that, not at this committee, but potentially in a regular council meeting. So I'm not quite sure if we should shelve that for, say, Monday or another day, but curious on the clerk's thoughts.
I would suggest, just for making sure it all gets captured properly and then we don't forget it moving forward, I would just move a motion at this point that you're looking for staff to report back whenever you so choose, or we leave it open-ended on that topic.
So through the chair, what I would do is propose that we receive a report back on the historical context of what those burn permits were, what was promised, what was paid, what was offered, versus what we're seeing today. And I think it'd be reasonable to have that information by the end of Q1 as we head into the spring season, which would potentially see an uptick in the burn permit applications there.
May I have a seconder, or is there a seconder? Councillor Sadhu, all those in favor? That carries unanimously. Any other fire-related questions or comments for budget? Councillor Sadhu.
Just one last question. As far as burn permits go, as a comparator to surrounding municipalities, are we a standalone, or is this a common practice within the municipalities around us?
Through the chair, all the townships issue burn permits. Not all use this platform, but I can say throughout the province it's extremely popular to use an online format to create an easy access point. It's customer service at the end of the day. So we don't want people to have to come into the office physically when they can do it online and do it right from the comfort of their cell phone if they wish to do so.
Very good. Any other comments or motions arising from operational for fire? Okay. That is good wording. I'm sorry I didn't think of any burning issues myself, Councillor Crespin. All right, in that case then, thank you very much, Chief Leeson, and I will turn it back to Mr. Elliott to select his next victim.
So the toaster just popped on that? Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to turn it now to Interim Director Bunn to speak on corporate services. I will chime in as necessary. This is a sort of a shared function here. We are corporate services. Perhaps this will take us right to lunch, or perhaps we will be interrupted with a hot lunch recess during this discussion. So I leave it to the chair. I've asked to be queued up when our hot lunch arrives, and we should try to break promptly.
Thank you, Mayor Salonen. Council, it's my pleasure to present you today. Not sure what time of day it is anymore, but this afternoon. It is this afternoon at least, that's good. With the 2024 Corporate Services Draft Budget. The Corporate Services Department is responsible for budget and financial services, which includes procurement, legislative services, municipal bylaw enforcement, information technology services, and corporate asset management. 2023 was a busy year for corporate services with a number of significant accomplishments made by this team. The Financial Services Group experienced a change in staff in its 2 senior positions of Treasurer and Manager of Finance, with both persons advancing their careers in other municipalities. Despite this, Finance was able to update the annual budget process, amend and expand the budget materials, explore and present a different perspective on the state of the township's finance and debt, and the township's reserves and reserve funds were fully reviewed, with some consolidations, renaming, regrouping, and detailed explanations for each of the remaining reserve funds set out to council. The Information Technology Services Division completed the Administrative Complex and WRC camera deployment project, supported the successful deployment of the new SCADA system, completed the installation of 7 virtual servers and 3 new software services, and completed several system and network upgrades or improvements. Further, they also established the IT Governance Committee and the GIS Governance Committee. Within the Municipal Clerk's Office, staff undertook a comprehensive review of the procedural bylaw, implemented the committee governance policy, conducted 2 rounds of citizen recruitment for citizen advisory committees established by council, began the implementation of a physical and electronic records management system, and conducted a full lottery review to align with legislative requirements. The municipal law enforcement team led negotiations on a new agreement with the Humane Society of Kitchener-Waterloo, Stratford, and Perth, updated multiple bylaws, including the fire, dog control, and animal control, excluding dogs bylaws, and conducted a very successful public engagement campaign leading to a new noise bylaw that fits the needs of the citizens of Wilmot. Within asset management, significant strides were made in enhancing the township's operational efficiencies and strategic planning. A comprehensive report was compiled outlining recommendations and potential benefits for the potential implementation of a corporate lens program for our light and medium duty vehicles. Additionally, the development and expansion of our work order management system to include parks and facilities will streamline workflows into 2024. Ongoing maintenance of our asset management system in 2023 ensures the township aligns with the regulatory requirements set out by the Ontario Regulation 588-17 for 2024. Furthermore, we take pride in our asset management coordinator's role in the Canadian Network of Asset Management's Board of Directors by representing municipalities under 100,000, contributing a valuable rural perspective to the broad asset management community in Canada. As always, though, there's much work to be done. Staff within the department have charted an ambitious work plan for 2024. Some of these projects include, and I'll work through each of the key service areas. Within the Budget and Finance Service Division, the township will be looking to permanently fulfill the roles of Director of Corporate Services and Treasurer and the Deputy Treasurer Manager of Finance positions. Complete a development charge background study, replace the corporate accounting system with an integrated budgeting, long-term range capital planning and funding. And this project will also collaborate with Human Resources on the implementation of a new payroll system and a human resource information system as well. In information technology, we will see the continued implementation of the IT master plan, several system replacements and projects such as the corporate accounting system, as previously mentioned, the implementation of facility upgrades and installations, including building, testing, installing, and long-term management of those systems. And we'll see that particularly as we move towards onboarding the Neville Street property as well as upgrading existing facilities. Within the Municipal Clerk's Office, significant attention is being placed on renewing and updating township policies, as well as developing a comprehensive records management program that fits the needs of our corporation by leveraging new and existing technology and technological investments by Council. Likewise, we are working on updating the council and local board code of conduct, council and staff relations policy, establishing a corporate policy governance and administrative framework, the implementation of community licensing guides, and the delivery of in-house accessibility, privacy, and accessibility training for township staff. Our bylaw enforcement team will be conducting a review of the township's property standards bylaw and making recommendations to the dog control bylaw relating to dangerous dogs. Reviewing the door hanger program that we currently use to inform our residents that we have made contact with them or are seeking to do so, and seeking additional ways to collaborate with our community partners on effective crime mitigation means. And finally, within asset management program, staff continue to emphasize improved process controls for asset additions and disposition, while also updating replacement assets and continue to work to reconcile the asset management database with existing corporate data by leveraging the township's geographic information system. An update to the township's asset management plan must be completed by July 1st to meet our provincially regulated requirements. Together, the expenditures of corporate services in 2023 total $2,318,360. For 2023, the proposed budget includes a total of $2,382,288 in expenditures, which is a $63,982 net increase, or 2.76% increase, which is below the 3.1% internal target that was set by our finance team. The corporate services budget includes the following key changes: increased revenue for administrative and miscellaneous revenues, licensing and fines to a combined total of $48,100. Reduction in office supplies and training costs within the budget and financial services division totaling $7,700. Reducing budget expenses relating to the recently acquired hybrid vehicle by reducing the budgeted fuel and repair costs totaling $3,675. And combined, these increased revenues and budget reductions freed $59,475 in funds. Newer increased pressures on the corporate services budget include a transfer to the election reserve of $2,000, which would be for training for staff. I'll note here a small clerical change. It says budgeting for election training and memberships. That is actually for the municipal election voters list and having access to that between the period of the election itself and the 3 years that are in between. So that cost is for that software. Contracted services, there's an additional $3,500. Animal control contract that council approved in October of 2023 came with an additional price tag of $5,850. The largest of our increase is the IT licenses, software, and maintenance. This was $59,918. I'll note here that this total includes costs from across the organization when it comes to softwares. So it's not just housed within corporate services, but we do have a combined total for the corporation itself. And just some minor changes to different line items totaling $1,500 or almost $1,600. Taken as a whole, the net budget impact created by these key changes equals $15,828. I'm happy to take any questions that council may have, and as our CFO has indicated, we're both available. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have learned that lunch has arrived a half an hour early. I do know that there is a commitment, Councillor Martin, that you have. I was just going to say, if you had any questions right now, in case we did come back and you missed part of the discussion, I just wanted to prioritize that you had an opportunity if you have any.
Nothing right at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, may I have a motion to take a recess for lunch? Moved by Councillor Cressman, seconded by Councillor Dunstall. All those in favor? That carries unanimously, and we will be back after we eat. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to Finance and Budget Committee. May I please have a mover to get us back in the committee? Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Cressman. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. Just to recap, before we broke for lunch, we had Interim Director Bunn go over corporate services, and we had just entered into the questions period. So, councillors, do you have any questions regarding corporate services budget? Councillor Wilkinson, yep.
Thank you. Through the chair. I did make a note here on my page that there was a pretty significant increase here in administrative and miscellaneous fees, as well as licenses and fines. I'm just curious if you'd wanted to expand on that at all, as to why these are such significant increases.
Through the mayor, the increases were based on a 3-year average. So we looked at what we were bringing in and upped it finally. And I don't know if that's been done in the past year, but for the 3 years, that's why we got to the number, or how we got to it. I can say, though, I'll just add a little bit of, I'm not sure if you were looking just at administrative or also at the fees that are brought in through by law enforcement. But we have had last year, for instance, a lot of snow, and that does lead to a lot of enforcement and a lot of parking tickets. So we did see quite a high increase in 2023 of revenue coming in. I wish I could predict the weather, but I can't. So we are using the 3-year average again for moving forward with those the revenues for by law enforcement. But basically, you look at this year, and I can tell you already our revenues are low when it comes to enforcement of parking. Which is actually a good thing to report to council, because what it's showing is that our citizens have learned to be parked off the roads. We be as flexible as we can in between snowfalls, but when there's a snowfall, Wilmot citizens are quite good at getting off the road and leaving room for the trucks to do their business. So again, 3-year average, but hopefully that maintains so we don't see a reduction next year.
Councillor Sadhu.
Thank you. Under IT services, I'm noticing under contracted services, materials and supplies, we are over budget, and it seems like a fairly large number. Can you kind of break down what's included in those?
So through you, Mayor, you're to the 2023 budget? Is that?
Yeah, so the 2023 budget, it was budgeted for 383,000, and we came year to date at 402. I'm just looking to see what's kind of incorporated in those numbers, because it is a fairly large number.
Through you, Madam Chair, the IT, this particular line item is all of our software licensing and annual maintenance fees. Some of those renew mid-year, and they announce significant increases on us, and so it's a budget to actual issue. We corporately are really working hard to make sure that we're not duplicating IT services or software, one department trying to use one piece of software and another using a different software that technically does the same thing. So we're trying to review all of that as we go through, but the length of the list of items that are in that software licensing and maintenance report is, I got 63 line items of different pieces of software that we're using. And so it's, you get specialized, I could just rattle off a handful of them. We've got all of our security and firewall type stuff, networking stuff. Then you get to Adobe, our asset management system, our AutoCAD for the engineers and the planners, our GIS system, our GPS and our cellular services, Esri, which is another part of our GIS system, InfoHR, our Keystone financial system, our software that reads our water meters. And so the list goes down and down and down. And when a number of these are popping 10, 12, 15% increases year over year, and it's difficult to control those. We control it through making sure that we're not buying 20 seats when there's only 10 people using it, but we have to stay on side with the licensing, as you can appreciate. So we continue to review our IT usage, but that's what happened. It's mid-year price increases on some of this stuff.
Through you, Mayor, there's just one additional piece I'd like to mention on the question on the revenue side. And I think it's important to note that in 2022, we did add a part-time position for bylaw enforcement, which significantly enhanced our ability to be out on the streets and to do our reactive and proactive enforcement. When I say proactive, it's really driving the streets looking for parking infractions, those sort of things, but being present too at our larger community events, and they are quite significant, and we do see large increases in the amount of tickets that do get issued, unfortunately. But that did help as well in that 3-year average.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, through the chair. So same question I'll ask everybody. What opportunities do we have here to cut? And what opportunities have you identified as potential cost savings or potentially surplus programs?
Through the mayor, great question. I did highlight about $59,475 in key changes to the budget. A lot of those did include reductions. So where we've seen reductions were I would say it's actually the increase of administrative revenue and licensing and fines for $48,000. But where we started seeing the reductions are reduction in office supplies and training costs and memberships to the tune of $7,700. The reduction for budget expenses related to the newly acquired hybrid vehicle, these budgeted expenses were maintenance, but given the vehicle is so new, we have not seen those maintenance expenses. We're not anticipating any issues in the next year, so we have reduced it by $3,600 there.
Through the chair, so on the one item, and this is going back to the previous question here, the administrative and miscellaneous fees, I know, we're significantly under on the year-to-date budget for the administrative and miscellaneous fees, and we're budgeting higher for 2024. I know you sort of explained the 3-year average, but I mean, that's a pretty significant jump.
Through you, Mayor, there has been some increases in fees that we did as part of our user fee review, and as well as the introduction of new fees, particularly in bylaw enforcement. One of the ones that I can think of is the exemption for noise, the noise exemption fee that was introduced. There are other areas of the organization where we've increased to legislative services. We increased the fee of marriage licenses as well. We do a significant amount of marriage licenses in a year, and we were very low compared to the rest of the region. So we're hoping that increases the revenue fees as well.
Any additional questions, councillors? Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair. So same direction I had given to the Office of the CAO there's, can we get a review of programs and spending and potentially identify opportunities for underutilized programs or excess spending that we can potentially look at lowering this budget cost?
Through the mayor, happy to do that. My question, I guess, would be, is there a particular area you'd like to see that take place, or is it just across the board within corporate services?
Through the chair, I would say that it's more so just across the board. Okay. It's something I'm going to be looking for, I think, in every department.
Okay, thank you.
So that motion is moved. May I have a seconder? Councillor Sadu. All those in favor? That carries. Very good. Any other motions or questions on corporate services? Councillor Cressman.
I certainly would commend corporate services for coming up with the budget that they did, but I see that it's extremely it's very contingent on the revenue side, and so if you wanted to say, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow, it might be appropriate.
We'll have the official carol sing after this. Very good. Any other questions or comments then for corporate services? Councillor Wilkinson.
Just through the chair, just kudos to both interim directors that head up this department. We know we've asked you to step in and
and take this on. So thank you to both of you for doing so. It's not the easiest job in the world. So appreciate it, not meant to be hard or super critical, but just looking for a new set of eyes that could potentially identify savings here. And thank you again for stepping forward to steer this department.
I believe you're looking to use the terms that Councillor Martin said, curiosity, not criticism. Very good. I will turn it back to Mr. Elliott, please, to call on his next director.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we get too much further, Jamie Vincent has joined us here at the front, and for those of you who aren't aware, she's the one that takes care of sending you your tax and water bills, as well as a financial analyst, and helps us out any which way we can in finance. So thanks, Jamie, for being here. I'm going to turn the podium to Jeff Mullenhugh, Director of the Infrastructure Services Group, to walk us through the budget. When we get to it, there are water rates involved in this section. We might want to speak to water separately, kind of thing. When we get to water, we will be asking for a resolution to move those forward in a bylaw to Monday night's council.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, thank you for the opportunity to outline the Infrastructure Services 2023 year in review, the 2024 budget. And I'm just in terms of how I'm going to go about this. So the Infrastructure Services Department entails operating groups in engineering, transportation operations, so roads, drinking water operations, and wastewater operations. What I'm hoping to do here today is just give you an outline of summary of all four of those operating areas. And then when we talk about maybe some additional pieces that can be dealt with separately in terms of the water and the utility budgeting side, then we can maybe deal with that separately. But I will give you a bit of an outline here that addresses all of those areas. So for 2023 year in review, our groups, essentially and particularly in engineering, we look after our municipal engineering program of reconstructions and rehabilitation programs. We deal with corridor management, so that's permitting for utilities and third parties that access our right of way. We have a development engineering portfolio that deals with growth, and in particular immediate growth, as well as medium to long-term growth. In addition to that, in operations, we have, as I mentioned, roads, drinking water, and wastewater operations. So that deals with your winter control, and it deals with any of the operating programs to do with our road environment. So minimum maintenance standard specific, it could be roadside environment and that kind of thing. For drinking water and wastewater operations, those are related to obviously our drinking water system, not only just the field component, so field component being valve turning and hydrant maintenance, for example, but also to deal with the regulatory and the compliance requirements around licensing, and that can be quite a heavy workload. It's a similar story with wastewater in terms of operating environment as the drinking water environment, and specifically on wastewater, it has changed over the last year with some downloaded licensing from the province. We now have some obligations around licensing and permitting specific to our linear infrastructure and wastewater that we previously did not have. We deal with core infrastructure asset management, which can be a sort of medium and long-term view of how we're going about replacement of our rehabilitation or replacement of our assets. We deal with project delivery, so any of our major reconstruction projects, certainly in the field, we know quite a few that have come forward in the last few years, but on the capital side and development side specifically, we're risk management reduction, we're operations and maintenance programming focused, so we're outside folks that deal with construction and maintenance activity. Some of our key items from 2023, so we had a number of fleet management replacements and renewals. We've had a land acquisition process that's ongoing, and certainly we're expecting to close early in 2024. We have a number of reconstruction and rehabilitation contracts that were let this past year, and so Greenwood Drive was a full reconstruction. We had our hot mix program, our surface treatment program. We had a culvert replacements on Lisbon Road and Ty Road. We've had our guide rail construction program that we've been undertaking the last few years to place new guide rail in identified hazard locations. And then we had a few emerging and new contracts that we let this year, and so that's certainly something that our engineering group is proud of, and something that we program-wise need to continue to invest in so that we can continue rehabilitation of our water main and wastewater assets. So Nafziger Road and Castleholm Drive were both examples of that, and those projects realized some significant savings as a result of that different approach to lining water mains, and rather than a full reconstruction of the roadway. We had the Hamilton Road pedestrian crossing installed this year, which was a major budget item from previous years. That was a high priority item. On the development side and the growth side, we've had employment lands, area grading oversight, Baden Trunk sewer design, the Victoria and Booley Street reconstruction. Sorry, my computer just shut off here as I'm talking. That's perfect. Yep, here we go. I apologize for that. We've developed an I&I program where right now we're in the study phase and sort of drilling down further into detailed phase, but we will have a more comprehensive program to bring forward to council in the 2024 year. As noted before, in previous collaboration with IT on our SCADA implementation, which is a program that allows us to have supervisory control and data acquisition from our wastewater systems, which also includes water loss and prevention planning for our water loss environment. So on the I&I side and on the water loss side, those can be considerable cost to system operation that are more or less throwaway costs because of, we'll say, loss to drinking water, but then also our system takes in inflow and infiltration into the system that we pay to treat. So those are sort of overhead costs that it's a benefit to the system to do prevention planning. And in addition to all of those, we certainly are getting more organized in our bridge and culvert maintenance planning. That's a program through the 2023 season that we've invested with our, we'll say, regular rehabilitation and reconstruction with Bridge Street Bridge, and then the culverts previously mentioned. But we also have, we'll say, some administration and organization that we've been undertaking to, we'll say, develop maintenance programs that can prevent some of these more significant costs that balloon up if we're not undertaking maintenance. And so that you're going to see in certainly our 24 program as well, so that we can deal with some lower budget items and hopefully avoid some of the bigger budget items that tend to balloon up. From a staffing perspective, we were short-staffed for a good majority of the year. We had 2 or 3 staff turnover, and we had difficulty recruiting, considering the recruitment environment. And so we had a few of those vacancies through the course of the year. We've undertaken a few hiring processes that, we had low candidate pools, but as the year sort of wrapped up, we were fortunate to fill a few of the roles. So we can certainly reflect on our workload and our staffing level. And from a director standpoint, I'm proud of the output that we've had for this year, considering our challenges. In addition to those, we've also had some significant items added in mid-year, and some of those, for example, would be the Punky Doodle study and the Nipful private water system conversion that's certainly at our door now. For the 2024 operating year, just to outline a few of our operating and capital, our top initiatives. And I'm just going to go through and list a few of the projects that we'll be sort of working on. Nipful water system conversion, I just mentioned that. We're going to have to go through a process there from ministry orders to review that system and how to convert that to a municipal system. Snyder's Road reconstruction, phase 3. So we've seen phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 3 is another project coming forward for this year that we've talked about at the council level. And that's a project that we'll be taking over the project administration of that from this level here. It's a regional-based project or regional lead. So us at the staff level here, taking that over is going to be a benefit to quality of service and dealing with our infrastructure as well through that project. So Punky Doodles, the conversation around region upload, but then also the conversation around the reconstruction that needs to take place there. So those are elements on our work plan for this year to resolve. As I mentioned before, Baden Trunk Sewer, Phase 1 and Phase 2 are planned for this year, and Phase 3 will be planned for next year. That's a significant project for growth and development. So there's some conversation today around DCs and debt. And this is an infrastructure item that once we do have that in place, in addition to Snyder's Road and the sewer there, those two items will significantly open up development, in Baden and New Hamburg. We have a sanitary railway crossing as well, and that's in the employment lands area. That's proposed. Again, that's another DC-based item that will, once connected to the system and live, it will benefit the system in New Hamburg to facilitate growth. And then another project that's, I mentioned before about the linear licensing and downloading from the province. So there's a significant amount of regulatory work there that has to happen for administration and licensing. We've been granted the license by the ministry to operate and to oversee our system and to permit activity on our system that the ministry would have input on before, but now that's up to us at our staff level. So in order for us to do that, we need to have operations and maintenance that is in compliance, almost similar to what the water operating environment is. There's a few items on for, I guess, a motion for traffic calming and speed mitigation, and I'll speak to that once I get through some of these other items. But that is another piece to our year that we've talked about it in the past in terms of having some staff dedicated to that, or part of staff dedicated to that. We talked about vacancies before, and that's certainly been some of our challenge with 23, trying to get that program organized. It's obviously a new initiative, and so we need to be able to put resources into policies and programs and a framework for council to make decisions. And then from there, implementation planning in terms of prioritization and how much level of service council wishes to dedicate to that particular portfolio. Outlining a few items in the base budget. So I've, on the presentation material, just to give a few items here. So we have the stormwater funding. We do have regulatory testing that's required for our swim facilities now, stormwater management facilities, sorry. These quality tests are required with the licensing, and so we need money to undertake testing, and we also need some staff to go out and take sampling. We've increased our budget in hardtop, so we have more rehabilitation and repairs required, and there's increased cost with tonnages of asphalt, and that's a regulatory requirement, so that that number, typically in a year, if we have to overspend there, we will, because it is a risk management piece for us. The alternative is if we don't, there's things like potholes and washboarding and stuff like that that can lead to claims, and for us to pay for those. Bridge and culvert maintenance, I mentioned that before, so we have some sediment clearing and outlet repairs and deck cleaning that we're going to undertake as part of this program, and that's included within that base operating budget. We have a part-time hours increase, as mentioned before, just with student hours for regulatory inspections, so that will include things like our sidewalk inspections under the minimum maintenance standard, as well as the testing required for the swim facility environment under the CLI ECA. Some items not included, but we are asking for at a later point in this budget process are, we do have a minor traffic calming initiative, so there's a minor number there to review and implement level 1 treatments, and level 1 treatments we would consider like a line painting or a flexible bollard type installation. Those are minor costs. The major cost items that you might want to consider at future and with future reporting, and we'll talk about that with that report. Those can be significant capital undertakings, and they do require staffing to study and data collection, that kind of thing. So there's it's not a minor treatment. We'll say it's be more of a major undertaking that for staff to advise council, we need study and investigation money, but we also need capital dollars to install particular treatments. We have an increase requested for engineering contracted services. So those are Ontario structure inspection manuals. I mentioned about asset management and going through a process to review our culvert information and field data. Through that process, we've identified a number of new structures that qualify. I shouldn't call them a new structure, but we've identified structures that qualify for OSIM's inspection requirements that we did not have previously. So we're asking for some more money there. And then as well, we have traffic counts. So this is two-part. There's a piece to data collection that supports traffic calming, but it also is something that's required to do under minimum maintenance standards. We have some additional levels of service with what's, I guess, outlined as in-house construction management. I'm just going to identify three pieces of that just for future discussion as well. On the in-house construction management part, so we have construction inspection roles that we would hire consulting services for. Typically with a construction inspector that's a consulting service, we will pay 3 to 4 times as much as we would from a staff perspective for the same role, and we get about a quarter of the work out of that particular role. So that's one that we are looking at to change the funding from consulting services and use that for in-house resources for construction inspection. We're looking at a development role as well. So there's a supervisor of development engineering that we're asking for. This is considering the fact that we have one area grading right now, area grading process. There's a number of development applications on the board for review and approvals for the next couple of years. And so this is a role that we would like in place so that we can better organize and deliver the programs, not only around the day-to-day process of development engineering, but also the medium to long-term planning. So that would be input to development charges process, and that would be input to policy and program, we'll say, construction as far as, we'll say, bylaw development, site alteration, the potential for excess soil movement and stuff like that, that we, could also advance with that type of a role. And in addition to those two, we're looking for a particular staff role to help with the NITFL conversion project. That's a major undertaking. We previously went through this process with St. Agatha. I believe that was in the early 2000 timeframe. And it is a lot of work, not only to look at the process of converting, but also the physical requirements to undertake that. So we are asking for that additional resource. Some of our pressures and challenges. So I just mentioned about development activity, and so that's one that there's a lot of work that goes on before any of the field work takes place. Approvals, permitting, stuff like that. Once we get to the field component, it is a risk reduction and a quality of infrastructure service that's provided. So we're expecting that with employment lands construction this year, underground construction, so the approvals are imminent. We do have a number of other site plan applications and stuff like that we would benefit from additional staffing, but the ramp up that's required to be ready for development happens in advance of when you actually see the activity taking place, and then when it is here, it is significant. And there is a benefit to the community with having resources in place to deal with that, because obviously, through the development process, we can look at ways to reduce risk on our infrastructure and ensure the quality of the built infrastructure that's new. And then again, some of our risks are new initiatives that come up, and we've had a number of them come up in the last few years that have taken our resources away from what our regular program mandate is. So that's a high-level overview of 23. So the overview of 24. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much, Director Mullenhuis. Council, questions for infrastructure? Councillor Wilkinson, is that a move to say something? Okay.
Through the chair. One thing I did make note of, and I'm just inquiring as to when the timeline for report back will be regarding the gravel pit operations for the township facility. Where do we sit on that? And is there any real revenue that we're going to realize from that?
Through you, Chair, that project was slated for the Manager of Public Works role. That role was vacant for a majority of the year. We filled it in early December. My expectation is that that will be part of the 2024 program that we will report back. What we're expecting is to release an RFP. So any report back in terms of an RFP will include some of the financial components, or all of the financial components, I should say, to revenue, and what we would see is, we'll say, a program benefit to that. So I would expect that in 2024.
Councillor Cressman.
Director Mullin, I think I've asked this question previously, but I think it would be good to get it on the public record. If we look at revenues year to date, 485,738, and the budget is 767, and the new one is the 2024 is 772,600. I know it's not evenly spaced out through the year. I think you told me that often considerable revenue comes in the end of the year, but that is the considerable gap to fill. So we're fairly confident in those numbers.
Through you, Chair. Yes. So in 23, we budgeted for revenues that were tied to 2 levels of service. Those were accounted for in the budget. So as far as how we're approaching 24, what we've compiled is a program-based revenue. It's not tied to any level of service. It is a program-based revenue, so it won't be sort of a similar scenario. I would point out that when we don't fill roles that had program revenue, there's obviously no program expense related to that role as well, so it is a sort of an offset. Yeah, it is a balance, correct. In terms of the fiscal year end, so we undertake a billing exercise for a boundary road for Wilmot Line, and so that invoice would have flowed out following when this budget number was put together, the presentation number was put together, and so that that will contribute additional revenues that aren't reported here. And then the other component to that is our service charges for roads. So we did have a shortfall on our road service charges. We didn't have the revenue we had anticipated, and so we've actually offset our budget for this year to address that.
Councillor Cressman.
Follow up on that, and I guess I would direct residents to look at the aggregate resource fees, because not everybody, but a number of our residents believe we make a bundle or a large amount off of aggregate fees. Notice, yes, they did increase, but 162 in my mind isn't a significant number based on the amount of aggregate resources and operational pits in our area. Just one question. The railway crossing how significant is that? Do we have to wait for CN? I believe it is CN. Is there holdups there? Is that straightforward, or can it be very complex to move forward on that?
Through you, Chair, with any approval or permitting process at the federal level, it can be probably more of a time constraint issue than it is a challenging or a technical based issue. So that's kind of where we're at with, I believe we have 3 crossings planned over the next few years, and so we're establishing and have established a good relationship so far with the approval process and with staff at the agency. So we are, certainly within a timed process to have those approvals in place. But yes, to answer your question, it is a longer and more drawn-out process, and not overly complex, I'll say, but there are specific requirements that we have to meet in order to be able to cross.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. If I remember correctly,
in terms of where their assets are, we do have a rolling stock policy that we've sort of replaced on a time-based schedule. as opposed to, when you might see a fleet management. And sometimes it's more beneficial to get them sold and replaced when they're younger in their life cycle, just from a total asset cost perspective. But we've always, I guess, historically done a time-based replacement schedule. What we do for we'll say the older units, I mean, we have a maintenance budget, a fleet and equipment maintenance budget that we, if we do have some of the older fleet, then we're dealing with that just with within our budget allocations. But for our plow, for example, or plows, if there's an item that, a unit that goes down, we do have backups in place to continue to provide the service. But we are finding that some of the more recent units, we'll say, have some electrical issues and that kind of thing that is more challenging to deal with. But I wouldn't say it's at a point where our fleet and equipment is out of date. This is just a standard operating environment.
Thank you.
Councillor Sadhu.
Director Mullenhuse, under expenditures for contracted services, materials, and supplies, we were budgeted for $43,500, and we're coming in at $9,000 year to date. Any explanation why we're so far under budget?
Through you, Chair, I think on that particular item, I'll have to look back into my detail, but I believe that's related to our traffic counts. So last year we deferred the work forward. We're planning to defer the work forward so that we can do a comprehensive traffic count. Part of that also is part of our roads need study as well. So there's some traffic count numbers that haven't hit our budget yet because of that study and the process of where that study is at. So, so the numbers that are presented there would not account for that work that was or will be completed as part of the 23 program.
Additional questions, councillors? Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll put forward the same motion as I have for everybody else, as looking at options for cost savings or a review of full-time equivalents. I mean, I'll make note in your engineering department, I know you budgeted for 1.2, made it through the year, what appears to be without one or two individuals, and we're budgeting for them again. So looking at that in-depth review of the department for identifying potential cost savings and redistribution of work amongst the existing team. So similar motion as to what I put forward with everything else, just looking for cost savings within every department.
So we would need a seconder for that. Councillor Sadhu. All those in favor? And that carries. Any other motions for this particular part of the budget or questions? Okay, seeing none, I will turn it back over to Mr. Elliott to introduce the next department. My apologies, I skipped a step. We're going to do the water and wastewater part because you did ask for a resolution and I honestly completely forgot about it. Did you want Director Mullenhuse to speak to the water and wastewater part at all? It's up to you. If not, we're happy to. Or Dan. Yeah.
I'll take a stab real quick and just explain for those watching from home, perhaps. The water and wastewater is a unique service in our two-tier system. The region provides, call it wholesale water and wholesale sanitary sewer. That is, they provide trunk collection on the sanitary sewer, treatment and disposal, and we provide local service for collection of sanitary sewer in the local streets. Likewise, for water, we do local distribution, metering, billing and collection administration, and the region does trunk water distribution. They do water production and treatment as well, but both of us are responsible for water quality. Thanks to Walkerton, there's a little doubling up on water quality these days. So that being said, we flow through, basically we have a two-stage billing system. We have volumetric consumption, which is how much water you use. It's fundamentally a flow-through of the region's charges to us for both water and sewer. And then the fixed charge is based on the size of the service, the size of the pipe that goes into your house, and that pays for the infrastructure that carries and conveys both of those services to your home. And those fixed charges are cost recovery as required by provincial legislation, and it includes contribution to our infrastructure reserves to ensure that we can replace those pipes when the time comes.
Thank you very much. Questions at all, councillors? Councillor Cressman?
Again, through you, Mayor, question on for our information. Do they bill us based on their metering, for water and wastewater, or do we meter it and collect funds to go back and pay them? And so I guess I'm wondering, bottom line, are we a service provider for them, and do we bill them for services rendered? So that might be better.
Through you, Madam Chair, perhaps I can clarify. They provide a service to us as a municipality. We pay them for their wholesale services, and we flow it through to our bill. We flow those costs through to our customers. We do the billing administration. As to how do they bill on their meters, and then sanitary sewer metering is an entirely different science than water metering, and I could go on for days on sewer metering, but we meter individual houses and we bill on that. And of course, between the time that it gets to your meter, all the way back to the point of production by the region, there's what we refer to as line loss. Pipes leak. Over time, they leak. We try to minimize that. That's part of our operational service is to minimize water loss in the pipes. But water loss can sometimes be, and I honestly don't know what it is here in Wilmot, but I've seen it from 9% to 18% line loss in water. And then you get to the other side of the pipe and it's actually infiltration because it's a negative pressure pipe. You get rainwater coming into that and then you end up paying to treat rainwater. So it's a complicated science, but both the region and the municipality are focused on minimizing line loss and minimizing infiltration in the Sani side.
Councillor Cressman.
Yes, just to flush the details out, so to speak. I'm just wondering then, so the wastewater charge to a household is built around the water that came in from the street, and it's assumed that it goes only one way, it's down the drain and out. So, I mean, I say that from a position of never having a water bill or wastewater in a rural property, so.
It can get a little contentious when you think of, first off, metering residential sanitary sewer pipes is not, it's cost prohibitive. And so you have no choice but to bill on the meter. So the meter is highly accurate these days, and we bill on that. But when we set the rates, we're also looking for how much water doesn't come back in the pipe. And so you've got pool usage, you've got lawn watering, driveway, car washing, all that stuff, outdoor uses that don't hit the sanitary pipe. But that just gets averaged through everybody's property, and our consumption reflects, our rates reflect the actual sewer that's produced, if that helps.
I do have a question then, and this might just be wishful thinking, but as you said, the region provides us a wholesale water service. Granted, we know that the majority of that water actually is derived from Wilmot Township. Do they own the water in our wells, or could we actually be charging them more for the service of removing our water to provide the region with their water resources? Like I said, might be hopeful thinking here.
The region is responsible for water production, so it's their water. their responsibility. If we were to assume it, we would end up having all of the costs and the liabilities with respect to water quality, water production, and ensuring that the water flows every day, 7/24.
All right, thank you. So wishful thinking is what I'm hearing. Any other questions, councillors, before we vote on the water and wastewater? And I believe that we do have a motion that's recommended for wording, and it's that the 2024 water and sewer rates as presented be approved by committee, and that staff bring forward to the January 29th regular committee meeting the necessary bylaw for formal adoption of the 2024 water and sewer rates. May I please have a mover? Oh, apparently there's a question first by Councillor Wilkinson.
I'm sorry, just through the chair, prior to voting on that motion, I did have a question. I made a note of it here related to the NIPFL system conversion, which we know is incoming. There's note here that it's going to be recoverable. I'm assuming that is because it will be a local improvement charge of sorts. When do we expect to see a report back on that particular item?
Through you, Chair. So that's correct. We would expect it to be recoverable through local improvement. I would note that council would have the decision or the opportunity to find different funding sources. However, the water rate and the water utility is not one that can provide that funding for such project. The timing to come back to council in terms of costs and bylaw and whatnot very likely will be Q3 of this year. It could potentially be sooner. However, we do have some process to go through before we get to that point. So I'm expecting Q3 of this year.
Does that answer your questions, Councillor Wilkinson? Okay, so back to the motion. May I have a mover and a seconder to get this on the floor? Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Martin. Any questions on the motion for water and sewer rates? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. At this time, committee will also be asked to consider items 11.2.4, which is report IS 2024-01 regarding speed mitigation and traffic study. There is a recommendation, and that is that report IS 2024-01 speed mitigation and traffic study additional information be received for information. To get this on the floor, may I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Wilkinson, seconded by Councillor Martin. And I will now call back on Director Mollenhuis to introduce the report.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, the report in front of you is a result of the motion provided by Councillor Wilkinson to give a brief summary of our current level of service related to traffic and operations of traffic, speed mitigation, that type of engineering work. The report overview is what we currently provide in terms of the service, and so that's one that we've tried to grow over the last few years. Last year, you may recall, just the level of service provided for some staff resourcing specifically for traffic management, and so that is one of the roles that we've had trouble filling over the course of the year. However, we do have a staff resource in place, or part staff resource in place for that work today. Historically, our level of service would revolve around the speed radar display program, and so that's one that we would post our speed signs around the township. We have a number of them that we manage at a number of different locations, so that just rotates on sort of a two-week basis. We have one permanent installation in Hayesville that stays there year-round. In addition to that, we do undertake engagement processes with the Waterloo Regional Police through their traffic enforcement programs, as well as the Traffic Coordinators Committee. That's a regional-based committee for area municipalities to talk about traffic initiatives and to coordinate and collaborate on these types of projects. And then in addition to that, we have traffic and parking bylaw management that I would say is considered as part of that existing level of service. Looking at the component of staffing that it requires, so we have the engineering component of staff that participate in those programs, but then we also have the roads department that will install and move and do that type of installation work for the radar speed display program. There's a comment in here, or a section in here, about the region of Waterloo and our collaboration with them and our ongoing collaboration efforts. Certainly with the regional-based program and collaboration with the region, we've had benefits to like the ASE installation on Snyder's. So that's one piece of ongoing collaboration that we wouldn't have been able to undertake without the leadership there from the region. We do get together for a traffic coordinators meeting quarterly, and we talk about the benefits and how to go about trying to work locally, say integrate some of the regional concerns locally with respect to traffic management. And so that's another item that's presented in this report in terms of not only ongoing efforts, but working together as we move forward with some of the studies that will take place for regional-based traffic calming in our settlement areas and villages that would potentially impact our local roads. One of the bigger concerns with introduction of traffic calming, and I wouldn't say concern, but more of a challenge, is the fact that when we do install traffic calming measures, you can expect that there will be community level impacts elsewhere. And so when we do undertake installation, we want to make sure that it's installed in a manner that addresses the issue, but then doesn't create an issue somewhere else. So this report, the way it's presented here in terms of what we would need from a budgeting perspective to move forward in a more expedited fashion and with a consolidated program. It outlines what we would need from a traffic data collection standpoint. So we would undertake to do a lot of that work through collection of data. Like there's speed, they're called Black Cat devices that we would be looking to purchase. And then there's also counter tubes that we would be looking to purchase. And so we would go through the process of data collection that would feed into a consultant who would help us with a program to a policy and a program and a prioritization framework that would allow for council to not only manage the volume of requests that we have. I'm certain you hear in the community about traffic calming and the need in particular locations. Looking at our list this morning, we have about 170 locations of review requests. And so there's a number that are on our list. And I'm confident that we can't address them all, not only from a capital budget perspective, but just from a workload perspective. So that's what we would be looking for in a consultant report back, so that we could manage the workload and so that council can work to establish a level of service. A consultant who supports traffic engineering and calming methods will also give us a toolbox of, hey, here's a particular type of treatment, here's what you could expect for a standard cost. And so they would give us an idea of what what we would have to budget for with particular treatment installations. With that study, I would expect we could prioritize a few locations. Right now, I'm probably looking in between the 5 and the 10 range, and that's why we would want to undertake data collection first, so that we could get ahead of some of that. We could look to a summer-based data collection program, a spring-based data collection program that would support, we'll say, a late summer delivery of a comprehensive traffic calming program-based document. With this type of a program, and what we've outlined here is the immediate costs in '24 to undertake a study, to do some collaboration with the region on their study, to look at traffic data collection tools that we would have for our use in-house moving forward, but then also the policy and the calming toolbox and the review of existing right-of-way issues. Those are items that we would look to those costs. The report outlines about $150,000 for the work that's outlined there. And then that would be something that would give us the report back. It does not address particular levels of service or staffing needs. That's something that we would have to consider separate when we report back with the program, and council can consider it at that time. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much, Director Mullenhuis. Councillor Wilkinson.
So through the chair, appreciate the report back, Jeff. In your budget as presented, you'd mentioned that some resources already exist, and I wasn't sure how it was structured, if this money was
in the budget or out of the budget. So as it stands right now, would this be an additional increase in your budget, or have you allotted for it already? Because I think the timing of it, this document came out prior to that, but I know it was on your list of things to accomplish. So how are we funding this exactly?
Through you, Chair, this number is not included in our budget figures presented. This is an item in addition to what is presented. I did mention before about some minor treatment type budget cost that we were anticipating, but that's a very low order number that is not certainly in this range.
Councillor Martin?
Through you, Chair Salonen, I think this topic is related, talking about the ASE, the camera that keeps being cut down. Who pays for that cost?
That's a Region of Waterloo asset, so the region pays for those costs, obviously through the tax levy that everybody in the region pays on.
So then do they bill us afterwards, or is it paid by insurance, or?
Through you, Chair, it is an entirely regional-based program. So they look after the expenses associated with the program, but they also are benefits of the revenue that's associated with the program as well. So it's an entirely regional-based program. The installations on regional roads are under the jurisdiction and under the programming of the region. However, there are local installations of ASC, and those particular enforcement assets would be or could be a township-based asset. However, we don't have any that are our own, and we certainly don't have the capacity to be party to managing a program like that. So yes, to answer your question, that is a entirely regional-based.
So just on that topic then, the revenue from that camera goes to the region, and then do they give a levy to each of the townships? So like with some of the other regional services, it's billed to the township based on usage and what they're doing for us.
You can take it or I can take it, I don't mind.
You go ahead.
No, so this is on your tax bill when the region takes like 57 cents on the dollar for their portion of taxes. It comes out of that portion. It's not area rated, I believe, like you're referring to transit, how we only pay for bus 77. It's not area rated in that sense. We, as the Region of Waterloo taxpayers across all 7 municipalities, equally pay into the funds that fund that program. Does that answer your questions, Councillor Martin? Yes, okay. Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Actually, I just wanted to add to that. I was speaking to a police officer about this, and the cost on those units is $12,790 each. So losing 3 of them, we're looking at $36,000 that the region has to pay. I just thought the public should be aware of that. Thank you.
Councillor Cressman.
Yes, just so I'm clear here, Director, through you, Mayor, in terms of the staff that we didn't have this past year and have now, what are we capable of achieving in the current year without adding any of this $150,000?
Through you, Chair. So the staff that we have in place now is actually a part-time resource who will be looking to move to full-time in April. The intention was to have a policy in front of you to start. The policy would outline where and how we go about the traffic calming request process. So policy might speak to particular roads and road types that we would recommend for eligibility for traffic calming. And so that's more of like a policy that would limit, I guess, the amount of requests and locations of requests, because we do get them on places like cul-de-sacs and those types of places. And if that's a standard council wishes to set, then certainly council has that authority to do so. However, you do need to be aware that there will be a significant amount of those types of requests, and not much for us to really recommend there in terms of in terms of what types of treatment. So that was really what the staff resources was looking to put in front of council, was a policy. We do need consulting resources to help with some of that setup. Not much, but once we get into the calming toolbox in terms of here's a particular treatment based on this traffic issue, and here's, if we look at some standard stuff like that, those are our consulting resources we can't, or sorry, I guess technical expertise that we don't have in-house, so we can't certainly deliver that. So a large portion of this would still be recommended in terms of costs if we're looking to expedite a program. What we were hoping to do was report back with policy and say, here's some of the numbers we would expect, and here's what you should be planning for moving forward. But again, we acknowledge we're a bit behind on getting that to council. But to answer your question, no, there's not much in here that we could really take out and do, particularly at staff level, and particularly if you're looking to expedite some of the program requirements.
Any other questions at this time, councillors? Councillor Wilkinson?
Through the chair, would there be any existing programs found within your department that could or are there any potential savings in your department that we could then use to dedicate towards a program like this? Is there anything that potentially staff can be or can deprioritize?
Through you, Chair, unless council wishes to deprioritize our growth infrastructure, that we've got a number of multi-million-dollar projects and that we're resourced towards. We also have a number of maintenance and rehabilitation projects in engineering that our staff are focused on. We probably have 3 or 4 programs from a repair and rehabilitation program that are in development, but we don't have anything in delivery yet. So I'm going to give you an example as far as I&I reduction. That's a significant cost to the system, as we've heard. Same with water loss, same type of an issue. We don't have a set program for that. You need staff to manage those types of activities. And so I would say that no, our staff level where we have is when we get to a point of having a full program development in front of council, we are right sized for the work we have. We will be right sized for the work we have, but we don't have the ability to reallocate resources for this particular program. This is a new program, and a level of service council will have to decide on how they wish to resource it.
I would also just add to the I&I. My understanding is that the region uses I&I as an indicator as to whether or not they will upgrade some of their services like pump houses if I&I is not at a certain standard. Would that be correct, Director Molinhouse?
Our I&I, through you, Chair, our I&I is significant. It's not only a significant volume, but it's a significant cost to operations of the system as well. So yes, it is one that when we don't have a program in place, it would benefit not only our system, but our rates in our system too, if we can reduce that. And certainly there are staffing resources needed to deal with that. But it is more of an investment in that program that we need to keep those resources allocated towards that.
Thank you. Councillor Cressman.
Is there opportunity, okay, a question and then, well, 2 questions. First question is, basically this doesn't give us this gives us a roadmap. Oh, all these words seem to have double entendres. It doesn't give us solution. It gives us a plan for solutions, but it doesn't achieve the speed reductions or the traffic calming without implementation, and that would be another layer added on to this piece, correct?
Through you, Chair, the number presented includes a limited review of some installations. It includes only the review as part of this program. And I would expect there will be a number of reviews over time that have to take place that would also have to be resourced in an appropriate manner in terms of traffic calming in the program that's established. It does not include the installation of treatments. And the reason why it won't include that is because there are a number of different types of traffic issues, and some may say, well, just change the speed. No, that doesn't work. That's not a measure that is going to calm traffic. It can help, I guess, if it's enforced. However, there are some enforcement challenges as well when we do things like speed reductions alone. We need some physical measures in place to calm traffic. And so those have costs, and depends on what types of installations are needed, then, you know, the costs of those are they can be substantial. And so what I would expect from a policy or a process standpoint is we may have some smaller order treatments that we can deal with at our staff level and not an issue for us to run through that process. However, when some of the more challenging ones, and we've heard of a few in our urban areas of, you know, install some speed tables or speed bumps. Not only are there capital costs to that, and can range from $15,000 to $30,000 for installations. You know, there are also community level impacts to that. So it's not just as simple as, hey, we know there's a problem here, let's just throw a speed table at it. Unless you would like to, unless we want to see these problems in other streets in the general area, where those need to have studies associated with them and specific traffic expertise that support recommendations to you.
Councillor Cressman?
Yes, I guess my mind went to the first thing is, let's put this in the parking lot until we can figure out what the rest of the budget looks like. But again, it has double meaning. So personally, I don't think I'm ready to make a decision on this. And I want to see where we land through the entire process. It's hard to speak against it, given, you know, the ramifications of not doing it, but the unintended consequence of installing traffic calming without proper study is also a concern. So,
Well, Councillor Cressman, I have good news. We are just receiving this for information today. But I do most certainly agree with your comments. It's something that needs to thoroughly be considered in the full context, and is one of those tough decision items to understand the issues. Councillor Wilkinson.
Yeah, through the chair, and agree with my colleague's comments here. I mean, it's one of those things where, if honestly we could just ask everybody to slow down, but it doesn't work. So, and again, this is sort of the chicken and the egg, right? We want the egg, but we need the chicken, and it is expensive to do it. So it would be interesting to hear maybe thoughts back from the community over time, and as well see if there's potential avenues for helping fund this as well. I don't know.
Through you, Chair, maybe just to clarify, so what we're expecting in reporting back is not only a policy, but just talking about a toolbox and some specific reviews that we would include with this, with the reporting back. The expectation from a staff level would be that that would prepare us for 2025 installations of these types of things, so then we can better refine further in future budget on that. So just a point for council, just in terms of what scope we could undertake with this type of a study and how that sort of fits into 2024 and 2025 plans.
Any additional questions on this? Councillor Martin.
Through you, Chair Salonen, I guess maybe this is more of a comment, but I would agree with my colleagues here that these are good items to consider. And certainly during the election campaign a year and a half ago, people were saying that they want some traffic calming, speed reduction. I heard about problems on different streets and roads. But at the same time, people don't necessarily want their taxes to go up, and so how do we fund it? And so it's a dilemma.
All right. Any other questions then? Seeing none, like I said, this is just being received for information today, but I will call the vote. All those in favor, and that carries unanimously. I now believe it's community services that's on your list next, Dan. Is that correct? All right, I will now turn it over to Director Catania.
Thank you, Mayor Salonen, and good afternoon, Council. The Community Service Department ensures residents have a variety of high-quality parks, recreation, and cultural experiences, creating constructive, healthy, and active lifestyle for residents. The core business functions consist of administration, community services, parks, and facilities. The department is supported by 30 full-time positions and approximately up to 110 part-time seasonal and student positions. The administration branch, with 2 full-time staff, is responsible for the administration, operations, and project management of community services. Key initiatives include strategic master planning and service delivery, business and budgetary plans, development of policy and administrative processes, asset management, and the capital program project management. In 2023, 54 capital projects were attended to with a 2023 approved value of $5.9 million. Notable project accomplishments in 2023 include the Nith River Promenade, the purchase of the 30 Neville Street property, Castle Kilbride exterior maintenance program, Beck Park synthetic tennis court servicing and windscreens, and as well as septic system repairs and replacements, just to name a few. The community services branch, with 13 full-time and up to 80 part-time staff, are responsible for aquatics, customer service, recreation programming, camps, arts and culture, special events, facility bookings, cemetery services, community engagement, and business development. By reestablishing and growing further our return to in-person programs and events post-COVID, 2023 exceeded revenue targets substantially in the aquatic and the ice permitting area. Partnerships with the Family Resource Center and Community Care Concepts has enabled increased programming and resources for older adults at the WRC. Castle Kilbride exceeded admission revenue targets, highlighted by various special events, programs, and workshops that were offered. These included the Summer Concert Series, Ghost Walks, various seasonal events like 20s Tea and Christmas at Kilbride, various group tours, curriculum tours, homeschool days, theme programming, and camps. Of note, the Castle has been showcased as a filming location for an episode on ghosting, which is on CBC Gem, and it actually will be aired tomorrow night. And this has also gained traction with the Toronto Star. The Parks and Facility branch, with 15 full-time and up to 30 part-time staff, are responsible for minor capital and all municipal parks, facilities, trail, and open spaces with maintenance and operations. This includes inspecting and maintaining 280 acres with 100 various outdoor amenities, playgrounds, sports fields, courts, and site furniture. Highlighted for this branch is the opening of the 55-acre Mite Scout Wetlands and Nature Preserve and the 2023 purchase of the Neville property, increasing the total of 322,000 square feet of municipal facilities being managed. This team helps contribute to the behind-the-scenes success of various community special events that include collaborative partnerships with Wilmot Horticultural Society and Let's Tree Wilmot tree giveaways and reforestation projects. In 2024, staff had noted some key changes in the base budget that will align more accurately with full operations compared to 2023. They are as follows. The Wilmot Recreation Complex will see an additional revenue of $261,000 through slight increase in volume of permits, rentals, rate increases, and additional aquatic programming. The Wilmot Recreation Complex will also see an additional part-time staffing costs, mainly for instructor and lifeguards for that aquatic programming that we are going to be generating the revenue by. Parks and Facilities are shifting their building GL costs of $105,000 to the Parks and Facility Contracted Services. This shift, along with costs of building and grounds maintenance, repair and replacements, assumption of the Neville Street property, and assumption of the Mite Scout Wetlands, creates a cost of $145,000 in Parks Facility Contracted Services GL. The elimination of most minor capital items out of the operating budget for 2024 provides savings in the base operating budget. Any minor capital items now will be absorbed through the existing maintenance GLs, or if it's substantial, will be submitted through a major capital request. The Parks and Facility rental generally would see a slight increase in 2024. However, due to the non-sustainable lease income from the 30 Neville Street property, a net decrease of $65,000 does exist. The Wilmot Recreation Complex Contracted Services also includes increasing grounds maintenance and resourcing a shortfall of recreation program supplies from 2023 that is required to run seasonal and camp programs that's necessary to generate those targeted revenues. Furthermore, the WRC building maintenance and utilities has increased due to inflationary pressures on full-year operations. As the WRC ages, continued preventative maintenance, repairs, and equipment replacements will increase to avoid critical failures and service disruptions. The Community Service Administration contract services that you see for materials and supplies includes candidate provisions for $25,000. Furthermore, an increase in contracted security for facility rentals is also shown, which is fully cost recoverable on the revenue side with an increase in service charge revenue. The township will see a decrease in cost recovery for service charges with the artificial turf field. This is due to the revised cost recovery amount with Waterloo Oxford District Secondary School and the shared use agreement of the artificial turf field for the annual maintenance. This is now right-sized for the proportionate maintenance costs and is revisited each year by both parties to determine maintenance schedules and costs. The Community Service Administration staffing have a slight increase to include additional funding for health and safety, mileage, memberships, and training and development, ensuring that staff have access to ongoing professional development, resources, and workshops that is required for service delivery. And finally, the Parks and Facility branch will show an increase in fleet repairs and maintenance due to the aging assets based on a 3-year average. As a result, Community Services in 2024 will show a net budget increase of $91,160 from 2023. Some key objectives for Community Services in 2024 include fulfilling an update to the Community Service Master Plan, along with service delivery review that holistically evaluates form, function, structure, and resourcing for the department. This also includes planned updates to the Arts and Culture and Trails Master Plan. The department will investigate feasibility and the potential concept design of repurposing the new Hamburg Arena. The township is in receipt of a grant to help cover 73% of the costs, but will be brought forward for the capital budget for the deliberations of that project. Community Services will continue to liaise and support special events that include Canada Day, affiliated groups, and community partners that contribute to the entire community, as well as support initiatives and programming for Wilmot as a tourism destination will include Castle Kilbride and the Might Scout wetlands. A marketing plan will be developed for these two properties, but also include refining policies addressing sponsorship, donation, and naming rights. Another key objective for 2024 is the construction renovations and fit up to the new parks facility at 30 Neville Street. This is for occupancy and efficient park operations. Finally, the development and refinement of asset management, including inventory tracking, repair and replacement, monitoring, and control is essential for good governance, financial efficiencies, and service delivery. I will lastly say that for some 2024 pressures within community service budget is balancing service delivery with existing resourcing for full operations. Increased usage of facilities has increased utilities and the need to provide a standard of cleaning once established and expected through COVID has also carried over through to today. The challenge of retention will persist due to the high number of part-time staff required to supplement programs and operations in community services, ensuring the continuity of service delivery. As a result, responsible governance of leading and motivating a staff team, developing bench strength that will include professional development opportunities, help ensure retention and continuity through the service delivery. I'm happy to discuss and answer questions you have regarding the 2024 Community Services operating budget.
Thank you very much, Director. Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I may have missed it, Director Catania. Are we looking at alternate revenue sources, something coming from outside our municipality? And I don't know what that would look like. You know, I don't know if we rent out, the new Hamburg when it's not being used, the arena for events, that kind of stuff. Is somebody looking into that?
Through you, Mayor Sullivan, to Councillor Dunstall, our team always looks at different marketing opportunities to go outside the community. And, if there's different events that are out there, that could be, depending on the facility and the need, we could definitely suggest those facilities for whatever event, birthday parties, of such.
Councillor Sadu.
Director Catania, for the Castle Kilbride revenues, for 2023 it was $41,005. Next year we're projecting 44. Do we know if we're going to be able to hit those, or are we expecting those to come in significantly under due to the construction on Schneider's Road?
Through you, Mayor Sullivan, to Councillor Sadu, we are expecting, technically I'd like to keep it at what we've actually hit for this year, but you're right, we've dropped it down to something that's more reasonable of a target. We believe with increasing some of our programming, different events. We're looking at doubling up on our ghost tours as an example, so there will be a lot of different programming. We just have to look at, from a marketing perspective, the access in and out of the facility so that we can make sure we can still bring in tours, Wilmot residents, anybody outside of Wilmot, and giving them the clear direction to participate in the programming. So we do anticipate those operations even while Snyder's Road is being reconstructed.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I meant to ask, do we charge when when Castle Kilbride is used for filming, is that kind of stuff? Do we charge for that?
Through Mayor Salonen to Councillor Dunstall, yes, we do. Don't have the exact rate on hand, but anything that comes through Castle Kilbride, we make sure we're looking at cost recovery.
Councillor Cressman.
Yes, just so I'm making sure I'm reading this right, staffing costs for Castle Kilbride, you still, okay, I was reading it improperly. Yes, they're still in there for this year at 210,000, correct? The second question is related to the Jacob Street Arena, the old barn that we affectionately called it, for those of us that remember using it. With the improvements that are scheduled, will it become a greater revenue generator into the future, or will it be neutral in terms of its ability to pickleball or whatever into the future?
Through you, Mayor Salonen, to Councillor Cressman, I don't want to get ahead of myself at this point based on the master plan update as well. I mean, the goal would be, if we're renovating this property, then we would be looking at increased revenue opportunities as well. There definitely could be informal programming that the township would offer, but as well, when it comes to registered or permitted programs, we would be looking at increasing our revenue stream through that facility. I will caution you, though, that and we'll talk about this during the capital deliberations on Saturday as well, because there is a capital sheet to take a look at some feasibility for this as well as an initial concept design. Just don't want to get too far down the road, because we want to make sure that we know what our true costs of a renovation project would be of that nature.
Councillor Stu.
For the aquatics, I know it's heavily used amongst the community. I know in previous years we asked about having more lifeguards, and I know there was an issue attracting them and retaining them. Is there an update on that, and how is that going now? Are we able to actively attract more lifeguards, or are we still having an issue retaining them?
Through you, Mayor Salonen, to Councillor Sadhu, at this time, from the staff updates that I receive, we are, when I talk about bench strength, they come up through the system as a really, actually, I don't want to say we poach them from the cases, but in a way, there's an opportunity there for them to participate, getting their qualifications as assistant instructor guards and moving their way up the rankings to full instructor guards. And again, from a council and a compensation point of view as well, at this point, there isn't an issue with retaining them because we are being competitive with our easterly neighbors that actually have aquatic centers. So in that regard, what we're trying to do as a department specifically, since I've come on board in 2023, is to maximize that pool space. And if we do have staffing to be able to, as an example, take participants off wait lists, then we'll definitely fill those programs. So we will only offer programs that we can run with the staffing that we have.
Councillor Stu.
Just to follow up, so if we wanted to expand that as a possible further revenue source, we would need to hire on more, or are we at peak capacity for what the pool can handle?
Through you, Mayor Salonen, to Councillor Sadhu, there are a few different daytime opportunities that we're still exploring. We are maxing, I wouldn't say we're right at capacity from an aquatic point of view, but we are coming close to it. I know there's some additional opportunities on Sundays as an example. But if we are looking at increasing revenue targets in the aquatic center, then we would need to, in a proportionate way, increase our staffing costs to be able to run those programs. I will say that, it's around about, for every dollar we would make from a registration, through a swimming lesson as an example, we're looking at about, 2/3 of that would be a staffing cost. So it would be advantageous for us to be able to run those programs, and then the staffing would, the revenue exceeds the expenditure when it comes to that staffing piece.
Following that line of aquatics and swim class questions, anecdotally, I've heard in the community that it's very hard to get into the swimming programs. I guess they sell out like within minutes. It's almost like a Taylor Swift concert, I've heard. But with that, I have also had people tell me that their kids have been in classes where people who do not reside in Wilmot are coming. I'm just wondering, has a policy been reviewed at all in a way to prioritize or guarantee spaces for Wilmot-specific residents before we're bringing in outside residents? And is there a way to enforce that, perhaps? I mean, it's easy to put in a postal code, but then do we actually check afterwards in person?
Through you, Mayor Salinan, yes, there are some internal processes that I am going to be reviewing. I know that we do give our Wilmot residents first right and chance to register before, obviously, non-residents can, because obviously we are taking in a collection of participants from some of the neighboring communities, including some of the big cities as well. That might subside a little bit, knowing that our pricing is now a little bit more competitive as we get into 2024. However, from an internal software process, we want to make sure that, we're keeping true to the residents' first right, and then from there opening it up to supplement or fill the rest of the class if we need to.
Perfect, thank you. And I had one other question as well, and it's about rentals. Again, this is anecdotally, I've been told, groups that rent and then want to have a bar set up for a function that they're doing using the township site. I've heard anecdotally that they have to use one of our SmartServe people. I didn't even know we had people with SmartServe. So again, I'm going off of anecdotal information, and I just wanted in the public that to be confirmed if we actually make people, if they're getting a liquor license for a permitted space with us, if they have to use a certain person, or can anyone with a SmartServe, if they want to volunteer their time, be their person. Where I'm going with is I've had organizations claim that it increases their costs having to go the way that it's set up, and I want to understand what it is that they're referring to and get that in the public, because I also know that there are certain stipulations we need to follow for our insurance.
Through you, Mayor Sullivan, I am going to refer this to Manny O'Crafta, who is our Manager of Community Services. I don't want to take a guess at that. She will definitely have the answer to that.
Through you, Chair, thank you for the question. Yes, our municipal alcohol policy was endorsed by Council in 2020. Part of that municipal alcohol policy, which is consistent throughout the region and was vetted through the legal team from the region insurance pool, has certain risk management strategies. They are able to have any SmartServe certified bartenders serve, but they do have to have security present at the event. The security guards have a checklist that they follow, and they're representing the township to ensure. Problems we were having is people are doing jello shooters in the corners, people are taking drinks into the washrooms, underage drinking, so they're there to ensure that everything is being followed. They document that and return that to the scheduling office, so that way if there is an incident, we've got everything documented.
That is perfect. Thank you for that clarification. Any other questions, councillors? Okay, seeing none. Oh, yeah, Councillor Wilkinson, I was going to say you were going to let them get away.
You're missing your...
Through the chair, almost forgot to add. Looking for a report back, please, on any areas of opportunity for potential cost savings, review of staff complement, and where work is being separated. I do intend to potentially expand on this at the conclusion of the operating budget conversation today, but I will pass a motion, or I will propose a motion for every department. So same as previous, looking to hear back on potential cost saving measures.
May I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Dunstall. All those in favor? And that carries. And I'm glad that you asked that because I remembered I had another question. So I know that you are doing the master review right now for our facilities. Is there in this budget room for when that comes back this year to potentially start on projects? I get that's getting into capital. I just wanted to understand for Saturday, get a wee bit of a preview if there's that, or if more so the plan is that comes back this year and then next budget year you're looking to implement.
Through you, Mayor Salonen, what we're anticipating through the master plan update and service delivery review is that anything that's of consequence will be looked into for 2025. From an operating and a capital perspective, I think considering Director Elliott's assessment with some of the finances as well, we are very mindful to make sure that from our consultants that are actually doing this review, that from an infrastructure perspective, unless it's a real critical item, we would be looking at sometimes not always a short-term, but a medium and long-term outlook so that this way we have the resourcing that's needed to potentially fund some of that infrastructure. So I guess getting back to your question, I don't believe there'll be any financial implications for 2024. This would be tabled for 2025 budget, hence why we want this study completed through Q2, Q3 of 2024. So when we get it back into budget process for 2025, we can come to the table with any of the recommendations.
Very good. Thank you. Any final questions or motions for community services? Okay, seeing none, I believe we are now headed to development services, if that's correct, Mr. Kelly. So I will call on Director Okrafka, please.
Thank you, Chair Salonen. Development Services, I believe your smallest department, provides planning, economic development, heritage planning functions, as well as administers the Ontario Building Code in the Township of Wilmot. Largely driven by development applications historically in terms of the planning side. Increasingly, though, as you're aware, policy planning is becoming a big part of the department's responsibilities. Provincial planning changes, Bill 23, Bill 109, and Bill 39 ultimately as well, will all play into significant downloading. Many of the municipalities around us, as you've probably seen, have been increasing their staff complements to address the pending changes. We haven't proposed those yet, as you'll see through the budget. We are taking the approach of we don't know the timing for implementation. We've heard rumors of the implementation timing. Until implementation occurs and the specifics of what we will be responsible for, I think it's the prudent approach, given the budget pressures, to not bring that to you, to push you to add staff until such time as we know the additional responsibilities that we'll have to undertake, and we can provide that business case to you then at that point. Having said that, realistically, there will be significant planning pressures and workload downloaded by the province from the region to the Township of Wilmot in 2024. Key things that have happened in the past year, and that will lead into the next, certainly the Minister's decision on ROPA 6 in the spring, wherein they brought in all of the lands for Wilmot Township. We did a report in the summer looking to do a secondary plan. We began that process of drafting the request for proposals. As you're aware, in that process, the Minister subsequently withdrew that approval, drew the lines back, followed by a request that this municipality and all municipalities advise him what we would like to see. From a staffing perspective, then we halted the process of going out for the secondary plan, prepared that report to Council. Council endorsed that report. It's been forwarded to the Minister. We're hoping that the Minister will make a fairly quick decision so we can proceed with the long-term planning of the corridor between Baden and New Hamburg. But again, until such time as he makes that final decision as to what's in and what's out, we will not be moving forward with the RFP on that large secondary plan. Again, the secondary plan is a large study, provides lots of public opportunity for input. It brings in the various consultants' expertise on traffic, stormwater management, engineering solutions, and it will also bring in the financial components. So it will tie to a study that's going to occur later this year, which will obviously have pressures on the Development Service Department in addition to infrastructure. services, and that being the development charge study update. Ideally, some of these ministerial approvals will flow out to give us the time to begin our processes, so that not only are we making the long-term plan for infrastructure and housing for the community employment growth, but we can include the costing of that and how that plays into the development charges study. There's an opportunity that it could line up very nicely to provide that package, that full package of not only where the growth is going to happen, but how it's going to be paid for and what we should be charging in development charges and else otherwise to ensure that it's fully funded as much as possible under the legislation that the province has introduced. Economic development-wise, much of this year, as Council is aware, has been related to building relationships regionally, provincially, and with our Waterloo Economic Development Corp. Questions in previous years regarding our funding of the Waterloo Economic Development Corp. I think we've had a lot of success lately in terms of receiving value on those dollars, and certainly the recent FedDev announcement that has provided significant funding to Waterloo EDC that will benefit this municipality greatly exceeds what our contribution is to that operation. Specifically, the funding will allow them to hire a dedicated rural economic development specialist who will work with all the townships in terms of a business retention and expansion strategy, workplace surveys, and developing a rural basically a rural investment strategy for the townships that then we can build upon locally once that strategy. So certainly there'll be a lot of work for the planning section tied to economic development. As indicated in the metrics within this, we technically have no economic development staff. It's a corner of the desk for all three planners in our department, and for the time being, again, recognizing the budget pressures, we have not followed up on past discussions on hiring a dedicated economic development officer. Again, we feel that given the climate, we will continue to do it off the corners of our desks until such time as we can make the business case to justify to you why a full-time dedicated position makes sense and will pay for itself. So I hope that addresses, we've had those discussions in past years on hiring an economic development officer. Again, we feel it prudent to continue with the path. There are a lot of good things happening. There's a lot of funding that's been flowing into Waterloo Region through Waterloo EDC, and a large part of that will be coming to Wilmot Township indirectly through our partnership with Waterloo EDC. So I think that's a productive partnership. On the building section, building permit, they go up, they go down. What we noticed in the past year, and you can see in the metrics related to that, is that our construction value has significantly jumped from previous years. It may seem insignificant in terms of the paper exercise, but certainly that will flow through upon the completion of those buildings into tax assessment, which will start to build that tax assessment back up. So it's a positive sign. We know from the pre-consultations that we've done, we know from the development approvals that are pending, 66 Hink Street, which is 64 townhomes, Brubaker Street, which is 22 townhomes, and the Link proposal downtown New Hamburg. All of those projects that are hitting that site plan approval stage, we're expecting permits to be generated out of that this year, which will help sustain those building permit numbers. In addition, as you're aware, we're finalizing the agreements for the employment lands, which will generate planning fees and building permits, hopefully by the end of the year. Certainly servicing, we're expecting to be rolling in the spring. That will have a significant impact not only on permit revenues and planning revenues, but then also in future years taxation and the creation of jobs. You will notice that in the planning revenues for 2023, they were down, and we're proposing them to be even higher than proposed for last year. And that's tied largely to the way that we've collected our planning fees at the end of a subdivision process. Historically, we take a down payment at the application stage, and then we collect our share at the end of the process. So it's back-end loaded. Within the fees structure, you may have noticed that we're changing, that we will collect half of our fee sort of mid-process at the agreement stage and then the other half at registration. We're trying to get a better balance and a flow to the planning fees rather than them being way over budget one year and way under budget the next. We're trying to find ways, but again, it's difficult on some of these projects that stretch over years to have a steady stream of revenues, and that's one of the realities of the development planning aspects, and even with infrastructure services as well in terms of their fee structures tied to developments. It's always a challenge to try to predict what the fees will be. We know at the end of the day that the money will be coming in. We just can't predict whether it's spread over 1 year, 2 years, or 3. So hopefully that gives a fairly reasonable summary of the department. The budget pressures, we have an OLT hearing, as you're aware, coming up this year. That will draw a lot of staff time. Again, from a staff perspective, I would feel that our department is fairly right sized when you compare it to other municipalities such as Woolwich, based on the revenues, based on the permits, number of staff and functions, and the cost of that. I think planning-wise, for sure, we return a fairly significant portion of the expense, higher than a lot of municipalities would in terms of those revenue streams. Building, the biggest challenge, as you're aware, and will continue. This budget takes a big step towards that. Certainly, the Bill 124 reserve and the use of the building reserve to offset and stall tax increases historically. I can tell you over the last 15 years, the building reserve is approximately 1.7 million in the whole, but during that time, 3.4 million was pulled from the building section to offset other fees across the corporation. That represented approximately a 50% direct to indirect costing against building. A lot of municipalities, most of our comparisons would be about 25%. Take 50%, take the 25%. Had we only taken 1.7 instead of the 3.4 from building, you would find that at the bottom of the cycle, which is where we are, our reserve would be 0. And really that was the intent of Bill 124, is not to pay your other bills from building revenue, but to be able to put away for the rainy day when you're busy, so that at the bottom of the cycle you hit 0, and that's pretty much where we were. So I think we can provide more detail on that if council wants, but realistically we've taken probably twice as much out of building to offset tax increases and other things over the last 15 years. And from my staff perspective, we take that pretty seriously. We appreciate that council's looking at right sizing the draw from building to be an appropriate draw based on services used. So I'll leave it at that. Happy to answer any questions you have on program 2023, 2024, and looking ahead.
Thank you very much. Questions, councillors? Councillor Cressman.
Yes, Director Okafka. I think last year in our adjustment to get the budget down, you took a hit on a computer planning tool. And I'm wondering where that sits, and as we're facing some significant planning ahead, what your thoughts are on your need for that, or has technology changed?
Through you, Chair Salomon, to Councillor Cressman, you're correct. It was software to better track building applications so we could identify pinch points. It's in the capital budget again. We put it back in. Again, without discussing Saturday on Thursday, from my perspective, we can do that with an Excel spreadsheet if we need to. Would it be nice to have proper tracking software? Absolutely. But in terms of a tight budget year, that is certainly something that on Saturday, you have the luxury of, we can do it internally with an Excel spreadsheet until such time as we can't. But we put it back in simply because we put it in last year. It's not that we don't need it. It's not that it wouldn't be beneficial, but it's probably a want more than a need, but it is there for your consideration on Saturday.
Well, councillors are thinking of questions. I'll go into mine. I wanted to more so talk about some provincial funding that might come through your department. I was curious about red applications, and not saying that I want to know now, but because we do know that there are potential for some staffing cost offsets, is that something being considered? I know it only just got released earlier this week.
Right. Through you, Chair Salonen, to you, Chair Salonen, through Chair Salonen. Not sure how to. Red Grant has come out. We've reviewed it. Certainly, there are opportunities within there. Staffing components of projects within that would be allowed. I think from my perspective, my first blush is I think there's some capital enhancements that perhaps would make a lovely application and allow it to be, the proposal to be more community-wide rather than necessarily New Hamburg-centric. Certainly there's some core infrastructure in New Hamburg. We've invested a lot of money. The private sector has invested a lot of money. The bricks downtown New Hamburg, those kinds of projects could be enhanced, the garbage cans, recycling. But that also hits then the Baden community where we've talked previously at council about recycling and garbage cans. And also one of my personal pet peeves, the Baden sign, which it looks better than it did, but has, I think there's an opportunity perhaps working with our friends in community services to come up with an application. The funding is only 30% or 50% depending on the stream. So in a tight budget year, we have to be cognizant of the cost of the project, but also we're only getting 30% or 50% funding. We're not getting 100% or 90% funding. So it plays into how much do you propose? Do you propose a $300,000 project or do you propose a $30,000 project, which is probably more affordable and may tie, as I indicated earlier, to trading software for community enhancements, which I think would benefit the population probably more than me having a fancy piece of software.
Thank you. My other question too is more so, have you heard or has anything been released? I know at Roma, the Premier reaffirmed to the rural community that the BFF funding for the rural portion was going to be disclosed. I was just wondering if anything's been released. No. Okay. That's unfortunate, but I look very forward to how that will benefit our community. Are there other questions now, councillors? Councillor Martin.
Through you, Chair Sallin, and I confess, Director Okrafka, my ignorance. You mentioned the OLT hearing and the staffing. What's the OLT hearing about? Sorry for not understanding.
The OLT hearing reasonably would be the Petersburg Sand Pit. The staff would be called as expert witnesses to defend the position of the township on that application, and that would eat up a fair bit of time, certainly preparation time with the township solicitor, and it will also eat up time during the actual hearing of being present and available. So in a small department, that's a big hit, quite frankly. And again, it's part of the process, but we do anticipate that would possibly be this year. And so in identifying pressures, losing a staff person for 2 weeks or 4 weeks between prep and the hearing, somebody's got to cover that time. So it does take additional pressure on the department. Long term, we do see that, with the downloading and planning, there's probably going to be that pressure for a policy planner to offset and provide that extra body to do counter inquiries and everything else. Right now, it's the bell rings, we all come out, whoever's not on the phone. I do counter as well. It's not a hierarchy that we use. It's customer service first. So that model is impacted by vacations and also by things like OLT hearings.
Councillor Cressman.
So if we're being honest here, I'll acknowledge my ignorance as well. So I don't know, true lies or whatever it is here. But the question is, in terms of the employment land, I know we've heard in some of the discussion last week on the homes not being built, that developers assess the economic environment, determine whether they're going to move ahead and spend additional cost when the probability of them moving development land is fairly minimal, yet the townships are the ones within the Waterloo region that actually have the development land. And so I guess the question is, as we look into our crystal ball into the future for the land that has been stripped, et cetera, the piece there is servicing that with the trunk sewers, et cetera, become the limiting factor. It's not the willingness of the developers to move forward with sales, or how would you balance that in terms of probability of development into the near future?
Probability of the employment lands moving forward with servicing and construction of buildings is a high probability in 2024. There's no limiting factor on the employment lands other than weather and the soil I'm not even going to try that word. The soil conditions there are very difficult. A little bit of moisture makes it a slippery mud bath, and so that has been one of the struggles that they've had so far in grading, but that should happen in 2024. I would think you'll see the roads built, the services in, and I'm optimistic that you may see the first steel going up for a building later in the year, possibly if we're lucky. Residentially, we have developers. You will see development applications coming for draft approval and proceeding. Certainly, Snyder's Road development. There's a Catholic school site that has funding from the province in the first phase. The Catholic School Board has made it clear they need that pretty much yesterday. That will be coming to you probably in February with a report and recommendation. Wilmot Woods will probably come to you this year, as will possibly the Activa to the north here. That does have some constraints that are held up pending that Baden trunk sewer, but certainly Snyder's Road can get, I think it's about 750 units plus the school in a first phase that could go into the existing infrastructure until such time as that trunk is built. Wilmot Woods in New Hamburg, certainly looking to move forward with its development as well. That ties to that sewer that's going to go under the railway, that's going to tie into the pipe that the employment lands are about to develop. So it's fitting together like a puzzle, and the employment lands certainly is a linchpin. We're close to finalizing that agreement, and we, again, expect that the servicing will commence in the spring.
So that being said, this is anecdotal because somebody approached me and basically said in 2 years he's got to be out where he is now in New Hamburg, and he's wondering whether there's a spot that he can look at in the development lands. And so is there a way of us passing on the information? We're
Certainly.
open for business here. This is, other than waiting for the first building to go up, can we indicate that, all inquiries welcome, let's get on with this?
We regularly forward, through you, Chair, to Councillor Cressman, we regularly forward development inquiries to the owners of the of the employment lands. There is a high interest in those lands. We do have information on our township website, but certainly if you forward that person to me or to one of my staff, we'll be happy to connect them with the owners of the employment lands. Waterloo EDC has those lands on their website. They promote them as signature sites. Again, a highly competitive environment for those lands, but perhaps if those lands aren't what your contact needs, we can connect them with other landowners in the township that might have what they need.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you. I just want to verify, obviously in addition to jobs, much needed jobs with any new businesses, is it twice the amount for their tax rate as roughly as homeownership, homeowners?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. Occupied commercial tax is 2 times residential tax rate.
Thank you.
Additional questions, councillors? Or motions? Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you. Through the chair, same motion as has been presented in the past. Looking for a report back on any potential cost savings on the operating budget side.
Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Sadhu. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. Any other questions or motions for development services? Seeing none, I suggest that we take a 7th inning stretch for 10 minutes. So that would bring us back at 3:25. May I have a mover and a second? Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Cressman. All those in favor? And we will see you back at 3:25. All right, hopefully everybody got to stretch their legs, get some feeling back in some limbs. May I please have a mover and a seconder to resume our meeting? Thank you. Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Dunstall. All in favor? And that's great. So we resumed at 3:27. Before we jump into corporate accounts, I forgot in community services to ask for a motion regarding Canada Day. So based off direction that we gave as council earlier last year, there was the provision for $25,000 to be put towards the Canada Day event. Staff did incorporate that into this budget because obviously it's for this budget year. And my understanding is that the committee had their first meeting this week, and in order to procure and reserve some things, they need funds prior to the final budget approval, so such as reservations for fireworks and deposits on other things. So staff are seeking that we provide a essentially budget pre-approval of the $25,000 that council did already approve. I would need a mover and seconder, and then we can discuss. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Cressman. Does anybody have any questions? Councillor Dunstall?
I just wanted to give an update. We realized that with July 1st not that far away, and a lot of different municipalities having functions and wanting fireworks and those types of things, that we needed to get them signed up before others did, which is why this came up. So,
very good. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Now I will turn it over to Mr. Elliott for corporate accounts.
Mayor Salonen, members of council, members of the public, I'd like to introduce you to a new budget section for the 2024 operating budget, and that's the corporate accounts section. This section was created to bring together significant accounts that have been distributed throughout our budget in the past, but bring them together because no specific director actually has direct influence or control of or daily management of these items. So all of these accounts did exist last year, and we have regrouped them here, including the comparative year amounts. In the corporate revenue accounts, as you can see, I'm just going to turn you to page 144. First line is the core tax revenue accounts. This includes our payments in lieu, which is payments in lieu, for those that aren't well informed on that. They're essentially property taxes paid by the province and the feds or their agencies like Canada Post, LCBO, that kind of thing. We're not allowed to tax technically the upper tier governments, but we are allowed to tell them how much their taxes would be, and they feel compelled to write the check. Those are called payments in lieu. The other ones in there are railway, rights-of-way, linear corridors for the hydro, different things. Those are all in there, as well as a provision for the small amount of assessment growth that we did experience. So while our budget, our tax rate is going up by 10.6, you'll see that line item is actually 11.28, which reflects the growth and a little bit of the PIL stuff. In last year, the township budgeted within the operating budget proceeds of sale of capital assets, surplus capital assets. It was $15,000 in the budget last year as a revenue. In reality, that should just simply flow right back to reserve accounts as we sell these assets, or actually serve as a funding source through the replacement of the asset. So I've taken it out of the budget. It should just be a capital item. It's $15,000 and it's been removed. Provincial grant funding, we knew last year that was going to be reduced by about $77,000, and so that is the line item on that. Investment income, this is two parts. There's bank interest investment income and the dividend income from the power distribution, our investment in Innova Power. And so for 2024, the investment increases by $74,000 total based on the expected dividends that Innova suggests we should be expecting for this year. The next line is the interdepartmental recoveries. This is the line item where, for example, my own time, I spend some time dealing with water and sewer accounts and water and sewer budgets and so on, and so a small portion of my salary, which is fully budgeted in the operating budget, we charge the water budget a piece of me. We do that for all kinds of different things. We allocate some insurance and everything else. So there's actually, the buildings budget is a zero-based budget, the cemetery's budget is zero-based, water budget is zero-based, and wastewater. So all four of those are the receiving end of an invoice from the operating budget for services rendered. Over time, that starts to become used as a crutch to support the tax rate and supplement the tax budget and keep the tax pressures down. And over time, what happens is you start rating the reserves of those other budgets. As Director O'Crafta mentioned, what's been happening to the building budget, or building reserve. And so we are right-sizing those. We've thoroughly reviewed that. We'll continue that review again in 2024. But we went through that process, and clearly the buildings and cemeteries were being overcharged, as were water and wastewater. So this year, the amount was too much, so we've got buildings and cemeteries being corrected and right-sized this year, and we'll address the $225,000 in overcharge of water, wastewater in the subsequent budgets. That may actually take 2 years to do. The last revenue on the line is penalties and interest on tax and water accounts. A little bit sensitive, but we charge people if they don't pay on time. We need the cash, obviously. And so we've got a small increase there to reflect last year's actuals, but we're also being sensitive to the local and national economic conditions and the impact that these may have on our receivables balances. But as our comparators showed back in 2022, our year-end tax receivables was relatively low. Compared to our competitors, our local comparators. Often taxes as a percent of levy, tax receivables as a percent of levy hover around 6 to 8%, and ours were down about 2.5%. So quite a bit lower than our competitors, but we still have people that pay late, they forget, whatever it is. And we are fairly rigid in our application of that policy. If you pay late, you pay the fee. Sorry. How do you differentiate somebody's circumstances one from the other? So it's pretty much call it a zero tolerance approach. It makes it easier, a little challenging, but it makes it fair for everybody when the rule is the rule. On the expenditure side, the first line there is insurance and risk management. It has gone up by $45,000. Municipal liability insurance, as you can imagine, is really starting to feel the impacts of climate change. Out west, forest fires devastating municipalities, floods, severe storms, weather, wind, overland flooding. So all of these risks are starting to rack up and being felt by our insurance companies, and of course that comes through in higher rates, and that was much higher. Somewhere in the 12 to 14%, if I recall correctly, was the impact on our policy. Included in that line item also is legal and adjusting fees related to risk management. The long-term debt we've spoken of at length. That line is the levy portion of long-term debt service payments. It does not include the DC-funded portions. I just focused on the levy share there, and that has gone up by $88,000 to reflect the 2023 debt that was issued and the carry costs that we will incur in 2024 for that. The transfer to reserve funds is the next line item, and as I explained before, we've got that all unified to a single line item now. There's only one way that the levy supports capital, and that's through this transfer to reserves. And so that has gone up $364,000. That includes a 3.1% inflationary factor on last year's contribution, plus the 2.8% special levy that's included in part of the 10.6% that you've seen today. So that's a total of $364,000 increase. If I was a very bold man, I'd say that that's nowhere near enough, and we've had that conversation in the past. So we'll see some of that in the options page for additional infrastructure funding. And then the last, the next line is the provision for wages, benefits, and steps. This is a special line this year. It hopefully won't appear next year. We had the corporate review, internal pay equity, as well as external market review. We had that presentation back in December in a discussion, and Council approved an adjustment to compensation. It is not equally distributed across each person, and so it's going to take us a little bit of time to allocate that across the board. So we flatlined everybody's budgets for salaries and benefits in their departments, and this is the entire provision sitting there. It's a little higher than the 321 that we showed you back in December because there was a benefits cost. Our health and dental benefits rose by a further $77,000 over inflation, so that's part of that number there now because I've got to allocate all of the salaries and benefits to all departments. The final number, I've reworded this. It's previously been called tax write-offs, which is a phrase that I hate. We never lose on the taxes. We do not fail in the collection of taxes nor water charges. If there's rightful adjustments that MPAC says your assessment was too high or you appeal your assessment, you get a reduction, those are rightful adjustments. And they're not write-offs, they're rightful assessment adjustments. And so we've got a budget of $40,000. We flatlined it to last year. That concludes the corporate accounts. There's not a whole lot here, but these are the items that no one in this room really have direct control over on a daily management basis. I'd be happy to field any questions.
Thank you very much. Councillors, we'll go to Councillor Martin first.
Through you, Chair Salonen, my question is about insurance, and I was just kind of curious, is there any way that we can do something about that? So, for example, if I use the current example with the Schneider's Woods, if we would approve something that the insurance would not recommend, would they increase our rates substantially? If we do something that they think is good, do they lower our rates? Are there ways that we can adjust the insurance one way or the other? Do they ever refuse us? Will they refuse a certain project? Or if they refuse us, does that mean our insurance is out entirely on everything? So I'm just trying to understand that whole concept of insurance.
Through you, Madam Chair, this insurance program is very similar to your home insurance policy and your auto policy. You have a deductible. We could adjust our deductible. But with respect to our risks that are covered, it's pretty much all risks. The Waterloo Regional, I'm not even sure the name of it, it's got a nice acronym. It's a regional insurance pool. It's unique, fairly unique in Ontario. It works well, and it saves, over time it has proven, anecdotally, has proven to save municipalities money on the premiums. It's unfortunate, though, that with climate change and increasing liability and litigation against the municipalities, it continues to be a soft target for lawyers. And so, unfortunately, just like most people's insurance, it goes up. For us, we're an easy target with, I've lost the phrase, joint and several liability for municipalities. Somebody slips and falls, and it's clearly not really our fault, but somebody thinks that maybe 1% of it is our fault. We get 100% of that liability payment. There's been efforts to try to get the province to change that joint and several liability plan, but to no avail. So we continue to be the victims in that, unfortunately. So we try to manage our risks corporately through our maintenance standards, our documentation of our maintenance, keeping track of where we salt, when we plow, what the weather was like. All of these records help us with our liability exposures and keep our policy down. And of course, ultimately, at the end of the day, it's your loss experience that drives your rates. I'm not sure what else I can say there, but the other option is to pull out of the pool and go to the market, which we haven't done, I don't think, for quite some time, because we've found that the pool is very competitive.
Councillor Wilkinson?
Through the chair, I'm glad you brought up the transfer to reserve funds. I understand, that it'll continually be suggested to increase. But I wanted to go back to one of the earlier documents. I can't actually remember the page number. And no slight on anyone, even though I just don't have page numbers on my pages. But there was a sort of a summary budget, and it appeared as though we had a surplus just north of 500,000.
Yeah, that was the operating. I was thinking of the same.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering, how was that allocated, or what was the plan for that? Was that part of this transfer to reserve funds as well?
Through you, Madam Chair, the $500,000, I caution you at the beginning of the meeting that those are interim numbers as of December, lots of accounting yet to do. Could go down to 10,000, it could go to $1 million. It's very fluid, and unfortunately, as a treasurer, when you're trying to do budgets at this time of the year, those actuals are difficult to use. But if there is a year-end, page 59, thank you. If there is a surplus, it goes to reserve. If there is a deficit, it gets funded technically from reserve. Not a whole lot of room for that, but let's hope for a surplus, and I'm fairly confident that we're going to end with at least some sort of a surplus at the end of the year. So that just goes straight to reserve. This is the budgeted contribution for capital maintenance. We should not be relying on having surpluses. If we budget well, we should have a zero budget. There's zero surplus.
Councillor Cressman?
Yes, as a follow-up, I had asked that earlier, and last year, if I remember correctly, we had a deficit of 625 or something in that. So I was quite critical of that, and so I was just praising them that at least, we were on the plus side of the ledger, and if you looked on average over the last 2 years, it was a wash, basically. So when we got that big deficit, then it comes out of reserves as well. So it's a bite there. Just going back to page 144, in terms of looking at these transfers, that's all transfers that are listed here, or the infrastructure reserve transfer?
This is the entire transfer to reserves. Okay. Technically, and we'll see that on Saturday, I've got infrastructure replacement reserves, I've got a infrastructure growth and new reserve that's levy funded, and I've got studies and other reserve to fund as well. So I sort of distribute it between the three based on need. So this is just a transfer to reserves.
So just as a follow-up, at such time as DC, that promised land that we get to with DCs, and them flowing in from a building boom, they would go into development charge reserves. Would that flow through this page, or would it be separate on? I understand the fund is separate, but would it have been incorporated in this figure, or would it be separate?
Through you, Madam Chair, we don't actually budget for DC revenue receipt in the operating fund. It would just be, it would flow through. It would come in and go out. So it's very difficult to predict what your DC revenues are going to be, so let's not even bother. It goes straight to the DC reserves, and it's allocated by portion. DC reserves are like, there's 5 of them. And so we allocate it by type.
When you were speaking about the in lieu of taxes, are the upper tiers ever compelled to pay their taxes? That we tell them the price?
Years ago, when I first got into this business, when I wasn't gray, there was difficulties getting the post office to pay. But they came around. They had to get told. And so, yes, sometimes it takes a little tugging to get the payment, but it does come.
Okay, very good. And then I was also curious, and I guess I want to bring a motion, so Councillor Sadhu, do you want to chair for a second? Motion.
Okay. You have a motion to bring up.
Thank you very much, Chair Sadhu. I was hoping that we could ask staff to report back with some options. I know that you said that we have a zero tolerance application for late fees. I do also know anecdotally about 2 cases, so I'm not expecting a lot, but about 2 cases of residents in Wilmot who work multiple jobs and their housing still costs more than what their annual income is, and they're able to pay their rent by not paying other bills. So I recognize that any tax pressure could have very detrimental impacts on a very small portion of our population that's facing very severe poverty. I don't want any of our tax increases to adversely impact them if they have to pay them late due to their financial circumstances. I'm just curious if staff could report back on those extreme cases. And it would be, like, I'd be looking for a low income kind of barrier. I'm also thinking, like, I know one of these people is on Ontario disability, and I don't want to adversely impact a certain population that will have nowhere else to go, nor would they really ever have the interest that we would charge either. I would rather see a program where we can get the actual taxes from them through a payment structure. So I would put forward a motion that we just ask staff to report back on what that could look like. And again, I'm not talking about for the average individual who's late. I'm talking about really targeting those in our community who might need the support of not paying the interest component if they are late, and coming up with a payment plan for the township. Would somebody be open to seconding that? Councillor,
That's my
sorry,
job.
I'm sorry.
Now, Councillor Martin will second that. Is there any other questions from council before we vote? No. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair Sadhu. My question would be, would you be willing, former Chair Salonen, to amend that? Like, I was wondering, could we have an application process? And it seems to me that a local agency such as the Wilmot Family Resource Centre, I don't know if they would consider that, but is there an application process that they could be, that they could waive the fees of the interest for late payment if they meet a certain threshold or criteria? I'm just wondering.
I'd certainly be open to that. I would look to staff because I don't know if that's what they'd bring back as options, but I wouldn't be against it. But I'll let Mr. Elliott speak. Chair Sadhu might let you speak.
Yes, I will allow it.
Through you, Chair Sadhu, if I may, I would be pleased to bring back a report of some options. There is a bit of a slippery slope in it. We are not equipped, nor do we have the mandate to ask for personal financial disclosures and evaluate those. We're not equipped. We haven't got the staff. I don't want to say staff capacity. We haven't got the staff training to evaluate and ensure that what is being presented on these is fair and accurate and so on. So I'd be happy to report back, and I'm going to suggest a timeline of before our tax rates bylaw comes forward in May, June, to give us a little bit of time to do some comparative analysis. There are some programs out there, and I'm just not sure what is being used here in the regional area and what has been past practice here at Wilmot. Quite frankly, I'd be happy to report back in May.
Councillor Cressman, you had a question?
No, I think I was looking at the same. It opens a bit of a Pandora's box in terms of this, and going into personal information, so I would agree that I think the more it's investigating what others have done under these similar circumstances, and if there's programs that we can look at that would assist. I think on the flip side of the argument, we hear about this as a rationale for not increasing taxes when it applies to, we don't have an accurate number of who these, what the numbers that it applies to that are in difficult situations. So anyhow, I think the direction that is suggested here, I would be strongly supportive of.
Okay, so as it stands, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Chair Sadhu. I was just curious if the amendment, is that where you're going? Okay, just want to make sure we weren't losing that. Okay.
So the original motion was through former Chair Salonen. Councillor Martin, do you want to make an amendment to that, or do you want to leave it as is?
Thank you, Chair Sadhu. Would I use the word retract, or I'm happy to pull it back and just go with the tenure of this conversation?
So on the floor now is former Chair's motion. Councillor Martin had seconded it, and we're ready. Oh.
If we could just add the timeline to the motion that Mr. Elliott proposed, just so that there's clear direction there.
Clerk.
If my seconder is open to that timeline added.
So Clerk Bond will make a note of that. Okay, and all those in favor? That passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair Sadhu. Sorry, I was trying to cut into your responsibilities there. It's hard to turn it off. All right, so any other comments or questions then for corporate accounts? Councillor Wilkinson and then.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, the current chair, yes. The acting chair, the rightful chair. She was elected, eh? More so just making a comment. I mean, I'm looking at the line item. I know it was brought forward previously prior to the budget being published, the placeholder for wages, benefits, and steps. I'm happy to see that you have included the benefits and pension piece to it as well, because I anticipated that I was concerned that it may be just reported as the simple wage increase number, but not take into account the fringe benefits as well. I mean, I'll be honest, I wish that there was a way that we could potentially reopen that, but it is what it is. So I guess the question I would have too, though, is where are we funding the other pieces and the increases in the budgets as well? Because my understanding was when this was discussed is that we were doing it within the 3.1% inflationary increase that we would need. So this is certainly going to far exceed that, and then there's also other operating costs. So we've just continued to tack on to what our needs are, correct?
I'm not sure I understand your thinking, but let me speak for a second and see if it helps clarify. The $321,000, I believe, was the number that we spoke of before Christmas. That is the 3% of the salaries and benefits costs of last year's budget. So it's 3.1 on last year's budget across the board, bring it over and hold it here. And then we use that to fund the compensation review. The other piece was that the cost of benefit, health and dental went way up, so that got added as well. We intend to redistribute this. So it is not a 3.1% increase for every staff member. It's 3.1% just on the wages and benefits line items here. All of the other line items were then set as the targets of 3.1% on that for my colleagues. And so that's how they were targeted. Their funding envelope was 3.1% on everything except those lines. Does that help? Okay.
Councillor Cressman?
Yes, and again, I view this as almost a mechanistic result of other decisions that were made that go into this and generate the numbers. It isn't, no one has any individual control over each of these. It's the individual components. If we want to change what happens here, we go back to the individual budget where they come from. Is that correct?
Technically, we have determined the compensation change for each individual and implemented that, I believe, is now 2 paychecks ago.
No, I'm talking about the overall results of this, all the different lines that are included on this page 144. So the whole total, if I may say, kit and caboodle, it's all about, that might not be acceptable. The whole page that we have here is a function of a multitude of decisions at a bunch of other levels. So the taxes and pills, the operating revenues, the grants, investment income, etc., and that just drives down to what this balance, what this paid balance is at. So
that's correct.
Thinking of you know, the standard resolution about, well, is there any savings here? Well, that all is included in all the other decisions that were made.
Any other questions or comments on the corporate accounts side? Okay, seeing none, we will now move on to the budget options for consideration. And so I will turn it back to Mr. Dan Elliott for comments.
I was going to turn this back to the chair for facilitation of this discussion. Members of council, this page is just a summation of the various pressures that have been spoken of by various departments. We as a collective team put together this what was going to appear on this list. I've tried to do the costing out and the approximate tax rate impact that each would have if they were added to the budget. On this list, we've talked a little bit about the sustainability coordinator position. We talked about the community mailings and adverts, the media training, and discretionary budget funds for the CAO and council. Director O'Craft spoke of the additional policy planner. At one point, we were thinking that would be a zero impact because we were expecting some grant money. The likelihood of that grant apparently is diminished since I last spoke. And so that could potentially be a $140,000 impact to the budget. Then I've got 2 items with respect to infrastructure. One is to restore the 2023 infrastructure funding decrease that has not, I've put inflation back in, and then I've got the 2.8 for this year, but I don't really have the 2.8 for last year. So that's an option. And then another infrastructure funding for inflation, construction cost increases were 8.1% June to June, and that really diminishes our purchasing power of our contribution to reserves. And so if there was any will to address that at least another 1%, I would suggest, as strong as you have the fortitude to do, would be the best interest of the corporation. The last 2 items, one is Director Mullenhouse's use of in-house design and project management we spoke of. That would be a net zero impact on the budget. We have the traffic mitigation program that we spoke of. It's not on this list. Traffic mitigation for $150,000, as I understand, and that was for the study work that Director Mullenhouse spoke of. And then the servicing costs of recommended levy-funded debentures, keep that in mind, it's another 2% there. And then there was the full-time conversion of the fire inspector at the bottom of your page to increase the level of service and meet the needs of our fire service. So those are the options that we've got presented for you. We're open to have additional items added by this council, and at this point, it's a discussion for council. It's less one with staff.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Elliott. So I guess for sake of facilitating this conversation, one, I would remind, we are the ones who choose the budget timeline, so it's not that we necessarily need to have an outcome on everything today if there are some things we want to wait for or perhaps see if capital might have an impact. I just want to remind everyone, both those watching and around the horseshoe, that we don't have to have a decision on everything today. Of course, if people want to make decisions, I'm fine with that as well. I think for ease of conversation, perhaps we can go down the list of what staff have proposed, and then if councillors would like to introduce other items afterwards, just for having a template for us to follow. And does anybody have any questions or comments to the process part of this? Councillor Cressman?
Yes, I look at this and as I would like to say, yes, they would be nice to have. I'm still in my mindset looking at ways of trying to reduce the budget, and these are all suggestions of increasing it. And so I have a hard time crossing the Rubicon on this one because unless I see things that we can do out of capital, I think this gets set aside as great ideas, but not this year until we see development flowing and DCs flowing and restoring some of our reserves. This just seems to be things that we can do without in the short term. That would be my quick and dirty on it.
Councillor Sadhu?
I would second Councillor Cressman's, I don't know if that was a motion or just direction, but assessment. The only thing I would possibly tackle now would be the community mailing and adverts because we took it from the council potential pay raise, and it's not a large sum of money, but it would help us with our further communications with our residents and just kind of keep them more informed.
Okay. I suppose that we can open up that then for comment, but I would actually like to go first to the sustainability coordinator. As I'm curious, looking at the increase in our anticipated ANOVA revenues being about 39,000, I'm curious because I know there was discussion originally about a joint across the townships joint resource. If staff could maybe look into the possibility, if there would be openness to use ANOVA revenues across all the townships, additional anticipated revenues potentially for that environmental sustainability coordinator resource, not promising to it, but if we could just get information.
Through you, Chair, I'm happy to reopen those discussions with my township colleagues.
Would there be general consensus to look for that information? Councillor Wilkinson?
Through the chair, I mean, I think any opportunity where we can potentially share a resource amongst townships would make sense. You know, a lot of businesses will operate with a shared services department and sort of service a variety of different functions within a business. So I think if it's an opportunity for us to bridge and share staff amongst other townships, I don't know why we wouldn't look at that. I guess the challenge would be is what if one township doesn't want to cover the cost, and what if we're close and it's too much for us. So you proceed with caution, but yeah.
So there would need to be a motion for that. So either if somebody would like to raise a motion, or I can pass it back over to temporary Chair Sadhu. All right, temporary Chair Sadhu.
Okay, temporary.
Okay, never mind. Councillor Wilkinson.
Back to the rightful chair, through the chair. I will raise a motion giving direction to staff, suggesting we have conversations with our township colleagues. However,
no formal commitment or agreement, obviously, without coming forward to council, and then obviously having, again, the difficult part would be getting a consensus and agreement across other township council. I don't know how achievable that is, but for all means, have the conversation.
Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? And that carries. Sorry, I should give the opportunity. All those opposed? All right. Thank you. So that does carry. So community mailings and adverts, then I know Councillor Sadhu, you said you wanted to address this item. Did you want to bring a motion, or did you want to just table it, or sorry, just put a pin in it for the time being?
I would bring it forward. I was just adding on to Councillor Cressman's assertions of pushing this down the road. However, I would have liked to take out the community mailings portion of it and potentially take that out and then push the rest of it kick it down the road. So what I'm saying
is that a motion?
Yeah, so to take out the community mailings portion of it, vote on that, and then my motion would be to have the rest of it deferred.
Deferred as into the 2025 budget, or deferred until after our capital conversation?
After our capital conversation.
Okay. Very well. Is there a seconder then for that? Seconded by Councillor Dunstall. Any comments or questions? Okay, Councillor Cressman.
Yeah. Yes, I circle back to this, my comments that I made earlier, that I would like to evaluate the current communication now that we have Donna, well, what's her official title? Sorry.
Through you, Chair, Manager of Communication and Strategic Initiatives.
Yeah. Now that we have a manager of communications and strategic initiatives, I would like to see how we can bridge that gap, things that I've seen out of her office and things that she's taken on. I've seen, in my mind, I've been impressed with them. And I guess as a recipient of direct mailing from individuals, they make it pretty quickly into the G file. So I think if it's the entire township or the council that's sending it out, if it's Stuart Cressman sending it out, he'd likely make it into the G file if I didn't know him personally. So I speak against him.
Okay. Any other questions or comments then at this time, councillors? Okay, seeing none, I did need to get clarity on the deferral date. Would it be February 5th that you're looking for that info? Okay, for this to come back forward? Okay. So just to clarify for everyone, it would be voting that community mailing and adverts goes ahead, and that everything else on this list be deferred until February the 5th for it to come back for discussion. Yes, Councillor Wilkinson, you're looking a bit confused.
I guess the question, are we having a meeting are we going to schedule a meeting for February 5th then, or is this something that can be brought back at the conclusion of the capital budget discussion on Saturday?
It could be either. There is a tentative February 5th, but I'm happy to bring it.
Yeah, I would be agreeable to that if we can just tag it on to
at the end of
Saturday's
Saturday?
meeting. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. So sorry, change that to the end of Saturday, Councillor Cressman.
I'm conflicted here because there's one piece I would vote against and there's a whole bunch that I'd vote in favor of it. So maybe I'll decide to vote in favor just to talk about it later.
I mean, I would also make note, Councillor Cressman, that if this didn't pass, we still need to address everything on this list, which my guess is we would probably still be doing at the end of Saturday based off the general consensus I'm hearing. It would just be that the communications would be waiting until after the capital. So I will leave you with that information to make your vote then. Needless to say, it has to be dealt with in some capacity or another at some point. Any other questions, comments, information, need for information? Okay. That being said, I will now call the vote then. All those in favor? And all those opposed? All right, and that carries. So we don't need to go through the rest of this list then. We will see it at the end of Saturday. And that brings us to item 11.2.4, which we did already deal with. That was the speed mitigation and traffic safety additional information, which we just received for information. But I see Councillor Wilkinson wants to mention something.
If I may, I actually wasn't totally done necessarily discussing the budget piece. I realize that the capital will take place on Saturday, so it's sort of a continuation of that item, but I would be interested in proposing one final motion related to the operational budget, if I may.
You may.
Thank you. All right. Well, through the chair, this is a challenging budget, no doubt. And there's a lot of things in here that, honestly, I want, but at the same time, I'm looking at and sort of looking at a personal perspective, what would I do? And I see this three ways. You know, we need revenue generation, and ideally that wouldn't necessarily be through raising taxes. I mean, we're the only corporation or body in the world where when we need money, we can simply tap on the shoulder of our owners and say, give us some more. Which I don't think is ideal or fair to the citizens here, given the economic circumstances and challenges facing us right now. I also recognize we need to start saving money, and we need to start being strategic and start planning long-term there. So if you were in a personal situation given this, you would probably start looking at, where do I identify cuts? What do we need? What don't we need? And you would probably attempt to try and save money. I mean, one of the other concerns I have too is we obviously need to save money and put it away into our accounts, but we're also taking on debt. I mean, typically you'd be advised, instead of saving money, pay off your debt and do these other things that are needed. So a final motion I'd like to put forward is I would challenge everyone today, if there's agreement on this side of the table, go back on Friday, and I'd like to have one final conversation on the operating budget on Saturday morning. I would challenge every department, with the exception of fire, because I have no intention of cutting back on an essential safety service to the community, but identify areas of opportunity as directed in the motions, but come back with 0.5 percentage point in savings. It may require cuts and it may require options in order to get there, but I think this council, at least in my opinion, would like to see what that can look like. So we could be looking at trimming 3% off the operating budget. That would be my ask. I think if we're looking at 6 different areas, so that would be my motion.
So I just want to seek clarity on that. So you're saying each department within their department find
0.5 percentage point.
Percentage point, but percentage point being related to the whole budget, even though they aren't proportional to
I'm talking about
each other?
proportional to the tax increase proposed. So right now it's 10.6. Okay. How can we save 3% off this? And I would challenge every department to come back with 0.5 percentage point worth of savings.
And you're saying out of operational, not capital, correct? Okay, just
Capital
wanted.
We'll discuss on Saturday.
Yes, I know. I just wanted clarity though, so that the direction is.
And by no means
clear.
am I suggesting that that is definitely going to happen, but I think it would be beneficial to the community and us, going back to taxpayers and citizens who we represent here, to look at, these are potential options on the table that we could identify for savings moving forward, and potentially even trim back on the spending to help us save money, or potentially cut back on the debt spending. It's a big ask, but one that I would love to see.
Presumably then you're also looking for them to identify what those cuts would be. Like to say,
Yes.
This would be taking off this item.
Or presenting options and saying,
Okay.
This would be a level of service decrease, this, or this.
Point of order, but I think we should get a second.
Yes, we need to. I just wanted to get those clarities for terms of direction clear to then ask a seconder. No, it's all good. May I have or is there a seconder for this motion? Seconded by Councillor Sadhu. Comments, questions, councillors? I suppose, Councillor Cressman?
Yes, I think it's in my impression that as each department head has done this, work through it, but I'm not against them shaking the leaves or the branches or whatever the terminology is and seeing if there's another 0.5% or even a quarter. I'm not against anything you can find. I think we owe it to our constituents to look at it, and I think that's the respectful way of doing it, is doing our best. But I also think that we have the data to indicate that our residents have been given a lighter load than other municipalities for quite a long time. And this has come back to haunt us as a current council because we've got to get our books in order and our house in order. So I concur with and support the motion, realizing we may not achieve it, but let's give it a good shot.
Councillor Martin? Oh, sorry, no, he was signaling to CAO Chambers.
I apologize, Councillor Martin, if you were going to speak.
I was signaling to you.
Yes. And, as we indicated in the beginning, this base budget is basically maintaining current service levels. So in order to find the service or the savings that you would require, I would anticipate that would require some analysis to determine whether we're going to suggest a program to be cut or something like that. And I believe that the day after tomorrow in the morning we would not be able to accomplish that. So I'm wondering and conferring with my colleague, Mr. Elliott, could we defer that to, I believe we're thinking February 19th, or is that the 5th?
Through you, Madam Chair, the idea of February the 5th was if there was a little bits of information that we needed to put together. We've been challenged now to go back and find significant adjustments to our budgets. I don't think, as Councillor, as the CIO just said, essentially 24 hours to do this is not something that we're going to produce good results with. I think we need some time for analysis. We need some time around the table as a team. I would suggest that we move the February 5th proposed meeting to the 19th of February because February 5th meeting means that agenda closes next Wednesday at 4 o'clock. So even that is not enough time for us to put this together realistically. So I'd like to go 2 weeks hence. There's a council meeting on the Monday in between, so that's why 2 weeks.
Are you open to changing that part of your motion, Councillor?
Yeah, through the chair, I do realize it's a big ask. I think February 19th would be fine. I mean, it gives us an opportunity to, again, go back to the constituents and understand, is there a desire to proceed forward or we have further options coming, and if that's the desired outcome is a cut in spending, then we can go back and have those conversations with the folks that we represent, but at the same time know that they're on the table, and that will be useful information moving forward as well. Again, I realize that our tax burden has not necessarily been as great as our peers, but again, I'm just taking everything into context right now. It's very difficult for people, and to come out and say, hey, we need to spend more or we need to ask for more. I think we need to do our due diligence to make sure that we're looking at savings and doing what any household budget would do is start cutting essentials if needed.
Clerk Bunn just had a point.
Through you, Chair, I believe the 19th may be Family Day.
So would we be looking at a Tuesday meeting then?
Just give me 1 quick second. I'm looking at the township calendar of meetings, and
Okay.
I just want to make sure there's nothing on that date. Likewise, if you'd like, I can check the region really quickly too and see for the 20th. It's a Tuesday. That's fine. Okay, so then the Tuesday would be free.
Does that work on the staff side? How about we take a 5-minute recess for people to quickly convene, because I recognize Tuesdays aren't a normal date, and I recognize then it would be kicking it down the road into March. So if we could get a motion just for a 5-minute recess to sort out a logistical time. Councillor Martin moved the motion, Councillor Dunsall seconded. All those in favor? And that carries. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Alrighty, if we could please resume back into committee, may I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Cressman. I believe a date for this to return back has been found. I will turn it over to the clerk for that.
Through you, Mayor, it's been proposed by staff that we meet on the 15th of February at 4:30, if that works for council.
That seems to work, so that would be added to the motion then for the returning date. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Martin.
Through you, Chair Salonen, I'd like to express my internal conflict on this motion, because it would be my point of view that as staff, you've already been doing this work before we got to today. And so my worry is that it gives the impression that we think, if we voted in favor of it, it gives the impression that we think you haven't done your job. I'm also recognizing that if I vote in favor of this motion, it's for information purposes. I don't want to cut services. I think we are doing bare bones in a number of ways already. And I also, so I'm not in favor of cutting back services, or unless there are services that I'm not aware of that I don't really need. But I think the township staff do a great job, and I appreciate that. So that's my internal conflict on this one. I kind of struggle with it.
I certainly understand where you're coming from, Councillor Martin. And I'm going to vote in favor because I know I've had a number of residents ask, and ask from the perspective of they don't fully understand all the services that we provide because they don't use all of them. So it's not at all that I don't think staff have done a ridiculously good and hard work into this budget. It's more so to provide information and be able to show our residents that we are making the best informed decision is certainly where mine will be coming from, but I certainly hear your dilemma as well. Now, I saw Councillor Cressman.
Yeah, I would agree, and I think that's our role here, is not to, is it the curiosity question instead of the criticism question that we learned about earlier? But I think the point here is, if we move the tax increase lower, what would it impact? And that's the piece that we have to be informed about, because I'm sure it's in the minds of our constituents about the level of increase. And again, as I said before, I think I think we've got the data to indicate they've had maybe a softer ride than their compatriots in other townships. And so how do we transition that and I don't know what the word I'm looking for, modify, or so that the impact isn't as critical or as strong as it would be. So I think it gives us the information to make decisions, and that is always good, because good decisions require good information.
Councillor Dunstall.
I just wanted to agree with all of my peers here that it's not our intent to cut services. And I'm really hoping that once we take a look at the capital budget, that we can find some savings there and leave the operational budget alone.
Very good. Now, Councillor Sadhu, I know, had to run off to pick up his children. So he was the seconder. If I could get a different seconder just for technical reasons, because he's not there. Councillor Dunstall. Okay, thank you very much. Any other final questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll now call the vote. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Any last comments, questions, or motions for the operational budget? Okay. We do just have business arising from closed session. I believe the motion is coming up on the screen. Perfect. And that is that council receives the verbal update report regarding confidential information supplied in confidence from the province of Ontario, section 239(2)H, information explicitly supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board by Canada, a province or territory, or a crown agency of any item. May I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Cressman, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? That carries. Does anybody have any announcements this evening? Seeing none, I just want to again express thank you so much to Mr. Elliott and his entire team. You guys have done a fantastic job, as well as thank you to all of our directors and our CAO and all of your departments on presenting a really great budget. I also have to comment, this was so much easier to understand and digest than last year, and I really appreciate the efforts and work that you guys have put into this. As well as to that extent, my understanding is that our manager of communications also helped make it very pretty as well and digestible. So that's very greatly appreciated, and I think it's really made this budget process a lot smoother this year. So thank you for all of your continued work and efforts. I will now call for a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Dunstall. All those in favor? And we'll see you on Saturday.